everybody.
Not on.
Neil's always on.
Testing, testing,
We're on.
We do have a plug there. Number B.
testing.
9B is quasi-judicial.
Do you need a mic, Mayor?
Testing, testing.
Good.
Am I working? Hello. Testing, testing.
Yes.
Sally's got some good stuff. Okay. Okay, welcome everybody to our September 19th council meeting. And we will start with the roll call. Suzanne?
Thank you. Mayor Levy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Carr,
Here.
Councilmember Keese,
Here.
Councilmember Labar,
Here.
Councilmember Saunier,
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, a lot of you haven't been with us and may have forgotten to turn off their phone. So would everybody please make sure that's done and then join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you very much. We are on agenda item 3A and presentation of the 32nd Annual Veterans Rally. And Jim where? Where's Jim? Here he is. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Came up to thank you all for your support of the 32nd Annual POWMI Recognition Ride, which is the big motorcycle ride in August that goes from Woodland Park to Cripple Creek. In particular, Sergeant Hallsworth and the Chief and all the coordinating that the police department does with Teller County Sheriffs and the State Patrol and Cripple Creek PD to get those 1,000 motorcycles from here to there in one piece, and of course, using the property at the high school, closing the streets down, which we know is an inconvenience to the citizens. So we just want to come and thank you all for that very much. We got a little photo collage here.
Hi, Jim.
Great, thank you very much. I got you.
Okay, and I know you got a lot of business to take care of, so I'm going to try to be really brief. But the rally is a free event, and it's not about fundraising or making money. Although we do give away a lot of free space to a lot of charities. One of the ways that we have to do that is the ride. That's the only thing that we charge for during the rally. And we had an exceptionally large ride this year because the weather was so good. It was the first rally in memory that we didn't get a drop of rain all weekend. So we were able to disperse $2,000 to the Vets for Vets group that helps with homeless veterans. We were able to also do a $1,500 contribution to a disabled vet, amputee, Desert Storm vet in Cripple Creek, who trying to get about $3,000 raised to put hand controls so he can get back mobile and drive a car, because he can't drive a car right now. We also did about $1,300 for the Vets for Vets group in northern Colorado, and we had some other contributions that don't come to mind at the moment. I'm sorry. But I've got Carl Anderson here from your local Kiwanis Club, and this is direct money from the ride. So we've got a check for $2,500. This goes for the child, the son of Elliot Robbins, who was the 10th Special Forces Group Green Beret who lived in Florissant, that was killed just right before the rally. So I think this with the money that the Kiwanis were able to collect at the rally. We gave them a booth up there. I think that brings it to about $5,000. So by the time the baby's 18, that ought to be, you know, pretty decent chunk of money. So we wanted to present the check.
I'm going to read the letter on the back first, and thank you for your applause. To the mayor and city council, on behalf of the Pro Promotions and the Salute to American Veterans Rally Committee, please accept this certificate as a small token of our appreciation for your dedication to the Veterans Rally. The 27th annual event this year went very well, and with the great weather we were blessed with, it was one of the largest turnouts in recent history. Of course, and as always, we could never have hoped to pull it out without the generous support from good folks like you today. We look forward to working with you again in the future. Your outstanding support for the United States veterans and troops, your patriotism and dedication to our mission is greatly appreciated by everyone on this end. We hope that you enjoyed the event and accomplished your mission as well. That said, on behalf of our city council, our city staff, and everyone in the audience and our entire community. Jim, how long have you been doing this?
Well, 32 years on the ride, 27 years on the rally.
I think that's worthy of the mayor's pin from Woodland Park. There you go, sir. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank Jim and Pro Promotions for doing such a fine job, and all the veterans that put their lives on the line for our country and pulling together for one that did. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you again. Okay, we'll move on to item 3B, and Suzanne.
Thanks, Mayor Levy. Before you tonight, Council, you have an application from Susan Janicki, who is applying for the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful Committee. There's many people in the crowd. I don't know if Susan's here. If you are, can you raise your hand? I see a hand up back there. Susan, can you come up front, please, to the podium? Thank you. So Susan has applied. There's 5 positions open on Keep Woodland Park Beautiful, and she's here to answer any questions that you may have this evening.
Susan, if you'll just come to the mic and give us your name and address.
Susan Janicki, 1250 Char West Drive in Woodland Park.
Great. Thank you very much for being here. Maybe shortly tell us why you're here tonight and why you want to be part of Keep.
Well, I've been volunteering every time they have something to do with Woodland Park, Keep Woodland Park Beautiful. I volunteer to help. So I decided I might as well join.
Well, we really appreciate it. We're always looking for volunteers. This is a great night to promote our volunteers here at the city, and there's many, many opportunities for people like yourself that want to be a bigger part of the community and really make a difference. So really appreciate you being here. Council, do we have any questions for Susan? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve.
Second. Suzanne.
Thank you. Carr?
Yes.
Case? Yes. Labar?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Saunier?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. You want to swear in now, Susan?
I'd love to. Thank you.
Good. While she's doing that, since we have a large crowd tonight, just want to make you aware of the 2 exits that we have here. Clearly one behind you that most of you came in. The other, you can go down this hallway and exit to your right. So if you'd like to, if you're in front and you'd like to enter that way, you certainly can, or exit that way, excuse me. Okay, Suzanne, thank you.
Do solemnly swear
Thank you for volunteering. I'm the city council liaison there, and I guess everybody in the audience can do the math. We still have 4 openings, so we're looking for 4 more volunteers. Please.
Thank you.
I never got one of those. I got to pick them up.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on. Item 3C. I know I'm going to mispronounce this, but Michelle Petrozzulo? How did I get that right?
Good.
Thank you very much.
It might take me a minute to set up, but I wanted to test and make sure everyone can hear me because my voice is kind of soft. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
For everybody who speaks, speak straight into the mic, and it'll be a lot better acoustics coming across, please.
Well, I just want to say thank you for everyone for coming tonight because it's really wonderful to see so many people civically active in our community. And just thank you for that. I'm pleased to have such a great audience. I know you're not all here for me, but I'm going to take credit for that anyway, for the library.
It's for you. So.
Everybody can see that? Okay. I'm going to read from some notes because I have a lot of numbers, so I apologize if I'm not making direct eye contact with you. But I know that there'll be questions at the end, so I look forward to that. Good evening, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Michelle Petrozzulo, and I'm the director of the Rampart Library District. I'm a resident of Divide, and I've been director at the district since 2016. I've worked in public libraries for 28 years. Prior to my position with the district, I was the executive director of the Niagara Falls Public Library in New York. City Manager Tangeman asked me to be here this evening and explain that the City Council has some questions regarding our budget and services. I'm here tonight to share information about the district and a few of the many services and resources that we provide to the community. The Rampart Library District has a governing board of 7 members. These are all volunteers that are very dedicated to the library and community. If you're a board member with the library, can you please stand up? I just want to thank you all for your wonderful job you do. The vision of the Rampart Library District is something for everyone. Our mission is to provide a welcoming community environment, engaging programs, and access to reliable sources of information and resources with prompt professional service. In order to fulfill our vision and mission, our Board of Trustees has selected 5 focus areas of strategic planning. They are as follows: to communicate and educate the community regarding library services and resources, to strengthen the community connections, to stimulate the imagination, to evaluate the current and ongoing facilities at both libraries, and to evaluate library technology, infrastructure, resources, and training. We also have a financial committee that's looking at future issues, and that's one of the committees that are here today as well. What is the Rampart Library District, and who do we serve? The district serves residents of the RE2 school district in Teller County. This includes Woodland Park, Divide, and a large portion of Florissant. We have 2 facilities, one in Woodland Park and one in Florissant. The Woodland Park Library is 29,000 square feet. Approximately 30% of the space is devoted to public meeting rooms, exhibit areas, and computer space. It can hold up to 85,000 items in the collection. The Florissant Public Library is 6,700 square feet and houses up to 10,000 items in the collection and also offers a quiet study room and large meeting room. The district was established in 1986. Here's a very brief timeline of some of the important dates, including our bond for facilities, land agreements with Woodland Park and Teller County, and the opening dates of our 2 locations. In 2001, voters approved a mill levy to fund the Rampart Library District. That mill is 4.119 upon each dollar of the total valuation for assessment of all taxable property, plus a small mill for refunds and abatements. Since 2011, an additional mill is calculated each year for the building bond mill. This is an average of 1.1 mills per year. The building bonds will be paid off at the end of 2021. Both library facilities will be fully paid and owned by the library district at that time. In 2021, our 2 facilities will be approximately 18 years old. In addition to the mill levy, the district currently receives 2 sources of funding in the form of grants. One is the state library grant, which supplements the purchase of library materials. This grant is available to all libraries in Colorado. The other is E-rate. This is a federal assistance that's available to all public libraries and schools nationwide, and it assists us in paying the cost for internet access. The district also receives a small portion of funding from donations and fundraisers. The district has a total of 20 employees for 2 library facilities, 10 of which are full-time, and 4 of which are certified librarians. We have a talented and dedicated staff. Beth Westfall, for instance, started volunteering in the library when she was 12. She has worked at the library for 6 years and is now a full-time youth services assistant. As you are all aware, Woodland Park has difficulties sometimes retaining our youth for long-term employment, and it's a challenge. Beth is a perfect example of how it is possible, and the library district is proud to be part of that effort. I thought that one was appropriate this evening.
That's a good one.
As you can see, our customer base keeps growing with over 4,000 new library card holders in the last 4 years. In 2018, we had over 118,000 visits. Since 2014, there have been over 2,400,000 visits. Modern public libraries believe in enrichment through experience. It's not all about how many books that pass through our doors, but the experiences that people have and how they, in turn, give back to the community. Last year, we had 774 programs with over 12,000 attendees. We offer a wide variety of events in alignment with our vision of something for everyone that includes such offerings as tax assistance and AARP driver safety programs. We are very excited to be developing young lifelong learners in our community, and our youth is also excited about the library. We had over 315 events for children with over 7,000 attendees. We had over 137 events for teens last year with over 1,000 attendees. We also had over 322 events for adults, and think about it, that's almost one a day, with over 3,800 in attendance. We recognize the importance of outreach and bringing services beyond our bricks and mortar. Last year, we held 25 programs, reaching out to almost 600 members of our community, covering the entire spectrum of ages. Outreach ranged from book talks and story times to schools with youth, to our monthly activity programs with senior citizens at daybreak. These programs bring our services to those who are unable to come to the library, as well as those who we inspire to start doing so. Volunteer Bonita Miller is a new addition to how we connect with our community. She volunteers at the library to teach English as a second language to recent immigrants who have made Woodland Park their home. These immigrants come from all over the world, and ESL assists them to assimilate into the community and work individually towards their greatest personal potential. Many of the participants of the program have students in school who already know English. This program helps to build a bridge between generations and cultures. We recognize the power and impact that partnerships create. In our vision of something for everyone, we connect with other organizations to offer exceptional programs. Here are just a handful of those organizations. Assisting individuals in finding and retaining jobs is important to the district. The Woodland Park Public Library sponsors a satellite location of the Pikes Peak Workforce Center. The center is a resource for residents in El Paso and Teller County. Self-staffed, the center offers such services as interview coaching, resume writing, and job finding programs. Located on the first level, the Workforce Center is currently open Tuesdays and Thursdays from 12 to 5 p.m. We are also an official voter polling place. We offer a wide variety of materials to the public. In addition to our own materials collection, we participate in Marmot, a consortium of over 100 libraries across Colorado that share resources and loan out materials to each other. This sharing makes the possibilities of what we can offer our patrons endless. Where our own collection budget ends, Marmot begins. We offer the public access to 37 computers as well as Wi-Fi for those that want to use their own devices. We also provide access to a wide variety of online databases for research. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, there are over 10,000 households in Teller County, over 2,000 of which have no or limited internet access. In many cases, we are the only resource to connect individuals with the internet. In 2020, the U.S. Census estimates that 69% of respondents will use public access to complete the census. We play a vital role in making access available to the public in rural communities. We play a vital role as center of community in both Woodland Park and Florissant. When the two facilities were being built, meeting spaces were a clear priority. Our two libraries offer several different spaces to meet different needs. As you can see from our 2018 statistics, our meeting spaces are indeed a priority and are much loved and utilized by the community. These numbers reflect non-library related meetings. While the district is able to offer wonderful programs and services to the community, we absolutely could not do it without the support of others who greatly value public libraries and our community. The Rampart Library District Foundation is a nonprofit fundraising arm of the district. The Friends of Florissant Library is the volunteer and fundraising group. There are at least 40 members who support the district by volunteering for events and organizing fundraisers. At the Woodland Park Library, we have the support of over 10 dedicated volunteers who last year donated over 1,000 hours of volunteer time to the library in various ways. And last but not least, September is National Library Card Sign-Up Month. If anyone in the audience does not have a library card, I encourage you to get one. There are library card applications at the back table. You can fill them out and bring them to the library to obtain your card. They are free of charge to all residents of Woodland Park and the RE2 district. Thank you again for the opportunity to share with you some of our resources and services. To the City Council, I'd like to personally invite each of you for a personal tour of our Woodland Park facility. It will be an excellent opportunity to answer any additional questions you may have and for you to become even more familiar with our facilities. Please contact me at your earliest convenience if you're interested.
Emily, thank you very, very much. Darren, go ahead.
I want to thank Michelle for coming tonight. I know some of the discussions that we had over the last couple months in terms of budget as a result, I wanted to sit down with Michelle and kind of understand more of where their budget is and their services that they provided the community. And then I realized, talking to her, that they hadn't been here to meet the city council in the time. And there's not a city council member sitting here that has heard this briefing before, in my understanding. And so I thought it was a great opportunity. And it looks like you got a really good audience to really promote the library, right? So this is probably better than expected. And so I want to thank you for coming, and I think I wanted to open it up for city council questions, because this is, I think this is a great briefing. It talks about all your services, the personnel, your budget, your funding resources, everything that a lot of us didn't know about your library, and helps to better understand what you do. So.
Questions for Michelle? Kelly, is your hand up?
No, it's not. It is, but not for any reason.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Michelle, thank you for coming and presenting to us. I have quite an intimate knowledge of the library with all the groups and activities I've done since we moved here. You also have quite an art collection, including a memorial to my father up in a reading room, which is a beautiful room for people to go up and just meditate and look at the mountain. The library, I've always been a fan of the library since I got here. There was a big controversy when I got here, and I said, oh, gee, it's a library. What's the controversy? But I think you've done a great job over there. It's a beautiful facility. We've had various exhibits go through there that are fabulous, too, historical things. And I appreciate the efforts the board and you do over there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else for Michelle?
Appreciate the contribution you give to the community.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate your support.
And you're going to hear it from everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. And Michelle, if I can, I'll get your presentation, and I'll get your presentation from you and get it to the city council so you can have it. If they can have it, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You bet. Okay, we'll move on to additions, deletions, or corrections. And we don't have any. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Suzanne.
Thank you, Mayor Levy. This evening on tonight's consent calendar, we have two sets of minutes, the first being from the August 29th special city council meeting, and the second being from the September 5th city council meeting. And in addition to that, we also have the August 2019 statement of expenditures.
Thank you. Council, questions? None. We'll ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve consent calendar as written.
Second.
And a second. Suzanne.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Levy,
Yes.
Sonier,
Yes.
Sawyer,
Yes.
Carr.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move on to public comment on items not on the agenda. Clearly, I have a list of folks that like to talk about 10A tonight. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak right now relative to anything except 10A?
Michael, the mayor said anything but 10A.
This is not about 10A. This is not about 10A
Okay.
at all.
Need to be recognized.
My name is Michael Dalton, 1067 U.S. Highway 24, number 297. The other item is communications between council members that have to do with
Mr. Dalton?
volunteers.
I'm going to ask you to sit down, and I'm going to call you for 10A.
This isn't about 10A.
I'll decide what it's about. Please have a seat. I will call you at 10A.
This isn't about 10A.
It is about
No, this
10A.
isn't about 10A. This is about when citizens volunteer for committees and they're looked down upon by council members. This has nothing, this could be about any committee that has been volunteered. May I continue?
One second. Yeah.
May I continue?
1 second.
This is just one instance. I could bring up more emails if we need to. This has nothing to do with the deer. I think that's going to be handled by everyone else.
Thank you. Council?
Yeah, I would do it. It's up to you.
If I may, Mr. President, I've got copies of the petition that we're filing this evening because of the irregularities and problems that Mr. Dalton is going to
Jake?
know anything about that petition,
Not
by the
the
way. I just got a
council,
copy. I just got a copy.
Let's do one thing at a time.
Yes.
Michael, and then we'll come back to you if you'd like to speak.
Yes. So, I was helping a committee out with a presentation, and
On-
because that committee member asked me to, it was late, and there was a deadline for that presentation to get to council. I submitted that presentation to the committee leader, and I submitted it to Carol Harvey because she just happened to be the council member who was over that committee. And then an email went out to the city lawyer, the city manager, Mayor Levy. Some of you got this email, not all of you got this email. That email I have passed out. I'm not going to read the email. I could care less about this email. It's more about the attitude of council members towards the community that volunteers. There are people that volunteer for their very first time on a committee, and they have emails that are worse than this one. And I know most of you agree with this email, but just so you know, all the data that was entered into that committee's presentation was from that committee. All I simply did was lay it out in a PowerPoint for them, and I got attacked of spreading propaganda. And that's a defamation of my character to people I don't even know. I don't even know this lawyer. I've never sat down with him, and he got a copy of this. If council thinks they're going to treat people that way and continue, there are people that have called me about lawyers, and I say, no, man, this can be handled right here. But this is what it's for, public comment. And when you write emails about people who are volunteering their time to the community, hundreds of hours, and the council people ask them to volunteer their time, and then you send back emails, all of that is open to the public. With the exception of Mayor Levy, Noel Sawyer, and Paul Saunier, I could dig up emails saying a lot worse from council members. You guys have gone to the police chief and filed charges against me that they dismissed because of free speech. Matter of fact, the chief's not here. That's Commander Holsworth. I don't want there to be a confusion. Chief wasn't going to show up today. I'm done.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else under number 6, public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Council and City of Woodland Park. My name is Ellen Haase, Haase. First name Ellen, Ellen. I live at 1186 Forest Edge Road in Woodland Park. I'm standing in front of you because my heart is broken. The facts are this. This is a participatory community. It has always been so. I moved here on July the 28th of 1989, more than 30 years now. The day after the moving van drove away, my children were already registered in the Woodland Park RE2 school district, and I was in the City of Woodland Park City Hall registering my elder son for soccer and t-ball. I there met people who have shaped my worldview, and they were city employees who were also residents. Some of them are here tonight. And my point is this, just the facts. Just the facts. Please excuse the fact that I care. I am impassioned because I love our community. But I tell you the facts, which is this community exists because people care enough to give of themselves to help shape the moment and the future. It has always been this way. I came to town holding one child in my arms and the other by the hand at my side and went through everything that they needed in order to have their activities and at the same time build a community. I don't mean to leave my husband out. It's just that Commander Haase speaks very well for himself, as some of my neighbors already know. So I'll leave him to speak his own words, but the point is, this has always been a participatory community. Free speech has been honored here. Neighbor has been honored here. People caring enough to set aside their own personal needs, their own personal points of view for the greater good of all, long term, not just in the moment, is part of Woodland Park. It has always been so. And most of us that you see here tonight are here because it is still so. And we want it to continue to be so. Please do not view us as adversarial. Please do not view us as confrontational. We are fellow residents. We are fellow citizens. We are investing our hopes, our dreams, our energies, our resources, our entire lives because we're here and you're here. I respect that each of you has taken a great personal resource commitment to stand for election and be elected and serve. I understand it's not a paid or appreciated position. You give very much, each of you, every day. In the meantime, we are not here because this is entertaining to come and present our concerns. We are here because, out of respect, we want to have the conversation. We do not wish to be confrontational. Please allow us to exercise our constitutional rights, to share our concerns in an appropriate setting here, and to work together to make things better. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Do I have one more? Yes, ma'am.
If I may,
No.
to provide copies of the document that is filed.
If you'll please hand those to the clerk, that would be terrific, and she'll hand them out.
Thank you.
Clear or Leclerc? Leclerc.
I'm here, actually I'm here for several reasons. The first one is the way that Mr. Dalton has been dealt with and the way that he's been insulted and disrespected. Everything that he said was correct. Now, I know that most of you don't like me for the same reasons that you don't like Mr. Dalton, but we care about Woodland Park and we want to make it a better place and we want to have a dialogue. But when we keep getting cut off at the knees, some people will give up and say, to heck with it, I'm not getting anywhere, but there are people like me who don't do that.
Excuse me, would you just do me a favor? Give us your name and address.
Certainly.
And remember, you have 3 minutes.
Maria Sennell, 1804 Columbine Village Drive, Woodland Park, Colorado. And that's another thing. The 4 minutes is ridiculous.
It's not 4 minutes, it's 3.
Then 3 minutes is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Because all of you can speak as long as you want ad nauseum, but we can't. We pay our taxes. This is our house. We pay for this building. We pay very good salaries for the employees here, and the checkbook belongs to us. And things are getting carried away, and we are treated as if we are bothersome. It's almost like we're mosquitoes that have to be shooed away. And 3 minutes, if that provides any listening or an opportunity, then I'm Mahatma Gandhi. It does not. Anyhow, I filed a petition, and I noticed that Ms. Harvey isn't here. It's directed at her. The petition, I was contacted by one of the groups dealing with the Deer Committee, and we have copies of emails from Ms. Harvey saying that she will not allow Mr. Dalton to give his presentation, and anything that the women on that committee put together, they typed up the material, sent it to him. We don't know how to put it on PowerPoint. He copied it and typed it and sent it back to them. He delivered it to City Hall, and Ms. Harvey said, no way is any of this coming in as evidence. It's all propaganda. We consider the source of Michael Dalton. And I think that that's an offense, and I think that that's something that anybody who knew about this ought to be ashamed of. This is not how our city government is supposed to work. If you want to see copies, she does intend to exclude Michael Dalton from the discussion. I don't even know if we're going to have a discussion on it tonight because she's not here. It's my understanding that she's already resigned her position. Then again, that's something I heard from somebody who heard it, and obviously I don't know if that's correct. But a meager 2 to 3 minutes to speak on anything is
absolutely ridiculous, especially when you're starting to get feedback from the community. A long time. Okay.
You have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. I don't know how long ago it was. I've been living here for about 9.5 years, and when I moved here, I thought, wow, we must have a great city government that is keeping this place beautiful. And it turns out that we don't. There was a point when you all stopped listening to us. And you need to not just listen to us, you need to hear us. And you need to give us the time. Otherwise, you're going to see participation go down to nothing. And once again, you will be running your own fiefdom. And that's not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul, go right ahead.
I just want to remind the lady that please show me a little respect and consideration up here. You do have a government and know-how. You do have a government. I do hear you. I know other people up here hear you. So it's kind of offensive both ways. Please show a little more respect. Thank you.
And I'll encourage you and everybody else here tonight to stay and listen to this meeting. And I challenge any one of you at the end of this meeting to tell me that we didn't listen, we didn't hear, and we didn't encourage conversation and input from our community. I will leave that at that. Anybody else on item number 6?
Are you going to address what she just said about the presentation?
Not right now. We will at 10A. Okay, we will move on then to unfinished business, and Jason.
All right, so this is something council's had for a while. You've reviewed it. We've had a couple of meetings on it. Nothing's changed since our last discussion, but did want to make sure that the public had an opportunity to view the document before it was approved. I'm not aware of any additional changes or comments. The DDA has, I understand it, has also put this before their board. So
correct.
Nothing exciting here today.
So we just need a motion to approve the second amendment to the 2009 Woodland Station and Disposition and Development Agreement.
I'll move to approve as read by the mayor.
Second. Thank you. Suzanne?
Labar? Yes. Levy?
Yes.
Saunier?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Carr?
Yes.
Case?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. We move on to ordinances on initial posting, and Jason and Sally Riley. Who would like to start?
I believe I'll start, and then we can have questions.
Mr. Mayor, would now be an appropriate time? It's the moratorium, right?
Yes. If you're going to recuse yourself, this is the
I'll
time.
go ahead and recuse myself.
So put it on the record that Council Member Labar has recused herself from this conversation.
Sure. And this has nothing to do with... Yeah, but it has nothing to do with...
Okay, Sally.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Good
Thank
evening,
you,
Mr. Mayor.
Do you mind, Kip?
We'll wait till...
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, citizens. This is ordinance number 1354, which is the initial posting and setting the public hearing for October 3rd of a temporary moratorium on accepting any applications for detached single-family uses within the multifamily suburban and multifamily urban zones. This applies to two lines in our use matrix, 1809090N1 and N2. This ordinance is in order to give us 9 months to work with the Planning Commission and bring forward to you modifications to the municipal zoning regulations that are very narrowly focused on just these two zones and single family within those two zones with or without a subdivision, and for the Planning Commission to delve into the regulations to bring further clarification and public involvement in decisions associated with this type of use. This is not intended or will not affect any current applications. It is purely to provide a pause, and it does not impact a great number of properties. So I'm sharing with you a quick map. The multifamily suburban zones are shown in this beige color. There are approximately 8 areas within town, most of which have already been developed. There are only 3 undeveloped areas that are shown in the beige zone. And so this pause will let us look at these 2 uses, this particular use. This is the multifamily urban area, should be MFU, and there are generally 10 areas within the community zoned for multifamily urban, 2 of which are undeveloped. So that's the area up north here on 67, as well as a small parcel behind the Valley View Apartments. The other multifamily urban areas are already developed, such as the Trail Ridge Apartments. So we ask that you approve this ordinance on initial posting and allow for a pause, a moratorium for 9 months. If we are done sooner, we will lift the moratorium. Happy to answer any questions.
Start with Jason.
Oh, good.
I'd just like to know when the public hearing would be. Would it be our next meeting?
October 3rd, it's on there.
Thank you.
Yep.
Correct. So I also did want to point out a couple of distinctions on the agenda. It said that this applies to the ag zones. It's my understanding, in talking with Sally, we removed that from the ordinance because the only ag zones that exist aren't really developable in this fashion anyways. So it didn't make sense to include something that didn't need to be paused on. The other point wanted to highlight again that this won't affect any current applications that have already been running legally. We can't change the rules halfway through a process or at any point during the process once it's started. And again, some of the misconceptions that we've heard over the last several weeks is this does not prohibit single-family homes being developed generally, just in these very finite particular areas. So we're talking about 10 properties total throughout the entire city, not a general prohibition against development.
Noel?
Thank you, Sally. Habitat for Humanity has some projects coming up. Will this affect them?
I'm sorry, I don't know about the Habitat projects, but I have not had any conversations with property owners recently who have undeveloped land that are looking to do single family. They may be looking at apartments or attached units. This moratorium does not impact that at all.
Thank you.
Well?
Just quickly, the staff report reflects some interesting questions. I assume the Planning Commission will be addressing those.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Anybody else, council? This is on initial posting, and the public hearing will set for October 3rd. If we have none, I'll ask for a motion to consider 1354 on initial posting.
Motion to consider ordinance 1354 as posted.
Thank you.
Second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Carr. Suzanne?
Levy,
Yes.
Saunier,
Yes.
Sawyer,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sally.
I'd
Go
just
ahead.
like to reiterate, Mr. Mayor, that for everyone that is interested, the public hearing on this, again, is October 3rd. Hearing, council chambers at 7.
Thank
We'd
you.
love to hear from you.
Yes, we
Please.
would.
As always.
Well,
On October 3rd.
we'll hear it on October 3rd when we have a public hearing. Okay, we will move on to public hearings. And Jason, you want to take 9A? I'm sorry?
Just wait for Ms. Labarde.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. She won't be long.
Well, and I guess this actually is a related issue, so I don't know if it makes sense for her to be here for this or not, but we're tabling this issue anyways, but...
It's your call. You tell me.
She's staying out, it looks like, until we get this done.
She has
Okay.
recused herself on prior.
Yeah, so it's my understanding she'd be recusing herself from this particular issue anyways. This is the same appeal that we continued from last meeting to this meeting. Staff's recommending that we continue it again as we're still in discussions with CDOT and the developer that might potentially resolve this issue completely, and therefore wouldn't make sense to have an appeal on an issue that we can resolve. So as we're having those discussions and hopefully trying to resolve that issue, we'd ask again to table this to October 3rd to have the public hearing and appeal process at that point to make sure we're not wasting everyone's time unnecessarily. Any
Okay.
questions?
Motion to table until October 3rd. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have a second? Suzanne?
Levy?
Yes.
Sonier?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Carr?
Yes.
Case?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Suzanne. Okay, we'll move on to 9B and Sally. Sally, before I let you start, I'm just going to read the QJ announcement. And what did I do with my QJ announcement? Okay. Council members use electronic devices to access the materials relevant to the public hearing before us. Be assured that it is the common practice of this city council that these devices are not being used for texting, emailing, or other communications during public hearings. Okay, Sally.
Thank you, Mayor Levy. This is a minor subdivision known as the Sturman Parkway, filing number 1, which contains 12.15 acres. It is located at 1115 Sturman Parkway in a planned unit development zone. The request is by the applicant, Sharon Roshek, who is here this evening, and the owners, Jeremy and Sarah Pearson, and Sturman Properties, LLC. And the Planning Commission had their hearing on August 22nd, and this is the hearing for City Council on this minor final plat. Shown in the aerial is Lot 1, where the existing home of the Sturmans was actually built in the mid-70s, and then there was a tract which we call a pigtail on this property that was all deeded to the Sturmans as a meets and bounds description. It was never platted into a subdivision, so the purpose now is with the new ownership of Sarah and Jeremy Parsons. We are cleaning this up in order for them to have a subdivided parcel that will also include the tennis court that is located just in this portion. You can also see by this aerial that Sturman Parkway is already developed. Tract A was the original driveway that accessed this property in the 70s. It is no longer used as a driveway, and it will become part of the greater ownership of the property after this final plat is recorded. So zooming in a little bit on what is known as Parcel A, is the home, the existing home adjacent to Sturman Parkway and the pool house. Parcel B is where the tennis court is located. The surrounding properties are pretty much undeveloped, except for the one home across the road, which is in the Armstrong subdivision. This is the as-deeded drawing that shows parcel A with that pigtail that is the old original driveway, parcel B down in the corner, and this plat was prepared by a professional landscaper and does meet all the standards. The access to this property is via a legal access easement, as well as easements provided for the utilities. This will be the as-platted drawing that will separate the pigtail into tract A and then combine parcel A and B into lot 1. I also wanted you to understand that this is consistent with the PUD master plan. This master plan was amended in 2016 when 80 acres was parceled off the west side of this property. You may recall that a couple of years ago. But the home, the existing home of the former Armstrongs and the Sturmans is consistent with this master plan. As far as the review for compliance, this final plat meets all the design standards in terms of purpose, site consideration, street frontage, easements, and lot arrangements. The dedication for roadway, it is a private easement that connects to Evergreen Heights, so it provides adequate roadway. The park capital fees are not applicable since this house was built prior to those fees being implemented, and there is adequate frontage. As far as improvements are concerned, the streets, culvert, and water and sewer and drainage are all adequate, and it has a relationship to the comprehensive plan as residential development with private open space. Staff finds, and so does the Planning Commission, who recommended approval of this final plat, substantial compliance with all the standards and recommends approval. And the conditions here, you can eliminate number 1. The surveyor has taken care of the 2 conditions from the Planning Commission, and so the utilities easements have been added, as well as Sturman Parkway. So we're just asking that you approve this plat as presented in the staff report and attached to your staff report. I would like Sharon to make a few statements.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Roshak with Caldwell Banker, and I represent Eddie and Carol Sturman and Jeremy and Sarah Pearsons. And thank you first to your staff, who has spent many hours, and all the departments in the staff, considering the repercussions of this minor subdivision, and they have done a great job. There has been lots and lots of discussion about that. Thank you. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Council, do we have any questions? This is pretty straightforward for everybody, I think.
One thing over here. Is there
It's not in
connectability, or is there just one way out of here? Is there not another road down? And do we have no connectability from one road to the next?
There is, and there will be in the future. There is currently the private road from Evergreen Heights down to what was formerly the Sturman plant. And then there is a sort of an emergency access, emergency access to the south to Trout Creek Road.
And that's a dirt road.
It is currently as the prop.
Go ahead, please explain it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as the property continues to be developed, first it will be sold. It is under an option contract, and then when it's sold, any future owner that comes to you would be proposing any plat work, and then, as I understand, that would be a requirement for future platting.
And that requirement would be either blacktop or concrete?
I would have to defer to your city staff on that.
That's okay. I'll get that answer later.
Okay.
Council,
Sturman Road right there, is that a concrete road or a blacktop road?
It's blacktop.
Thank you.
Council, anything else before we go to the public? Okay, anyone here that would like to comment on item number 9B? Okay, if not, we'll close the public hearing, and council will look for a motion to consider number 9B.
Motion.
Go ahead, Noel.
Motion to approve 9B as written.
Second.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Soinier,
Yes.
Sawyer,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Levy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you very much, Sally.
Thank
you,
you.
Sharon. Thank you. Okay, we move on to item number 10. And I'll start, preface with a number of remarks. First of all, it's been alluded to already, and so I'm going to address it now. Councilman Harvey, Councilwoman Harvey, who has led this Deer Task Management Force, has resigned from council. That said, she is a big part of the comments that I'm going to read to you now, and this will be just the preface for our conversation. So we will do this, and then we will get input, and you're going to learn a lot tonight. Everybody is, including council, first and foremost council. And so I'm asking for respect to everybody that comes to that podium, and you're going to get due respect from council and from staff. Tonight, you will hear and consider an urban deer management plan prepared for you by the Woodland Park Mule Deer Task Force. The plan is intended to provide several herd management options researched by a group of community members with input from the Woodland Park City staff. It is a comprehensive plan that includes several solutions for addressing mule deer overpopulation in the nearly 7 square miles of the city of Woodland Park. The matrix you have in front of you, council, highlights each option with a recommended start time and estimated cost. It also identifies the most appropriate individual or organization that would execute the option. Finally, the matrix also identifies future actions that need to be analyzed as science and technology advances. Increases in Woodland Park's mule deer population, combined with continued urban development, has led to more and more contact between deer and residents. Residents welcome many of these encounters, but as the number of encounters increase, more of them are becoming unwelcome. Additionally, mule deer within the city limits have become increasingly human habituated, a concern not only for the citizens of Woodland Park, but also a concern for the overall species health. There has been growing concern from wildlife management organizations and law enforcement agencies, as well as from residents, regarding the current deer population within the city. These concerns are the result of increased vehicle collisions in town increased numbers of wildlife conflict, increase in the number of predator calls in town, and an increase in calls reporting poor condition or injuries to the mule deer within the city limits. The issues related to mule deer and human interfaces have been the topic of numerous city forums. In 2017, Colorado Parks and Wildlife began annual ground surveys of the city mule deer population and reported their findings to the Woodland Park City Council on an annual basis. In 2018, CPW, along with the Woodland Park Chamber of Commerce, hosted a community meeting with over 100 participants to further discuss the impact of an ever-increasing mule deer herd within the city limits. 2 additional city council hosted work sessions occurred in 2019 to discuss the extent of overpopulation and to explore potential remedies to address the problems associated with deer and human conflicts. In July 2019, this city council recommended the formation of a community deer management task force. 18 local residents volunteered to serve on the task force. At the very first meeting of the task force here in City Hall, the task force chair, the Woodland Park Chief of Police, a representative from CPW, myself, and the city's attorney responded to questions and committed whatever support the group needed to analyze both lethal and non-lethal techniques to deal with the city's mule deer population. At the first meeting, we provided some very important statistics for consideration when assessing whether the number of mule deer in Woodland Park has exceeded a social carrying capacity. Here are the numbers. In February of 2017, 18, and 19, Colorado Parks and Wildlife officers, in conjunction with area wildlife specialists and city volunteers, conducted ground surveys of the mule deer in town. The teams surveyed at specific times and followed several different routes to avoid duplication. During all 3 surveys, they recorded the time, sex, estimated age of each deer encountered. Deer locations were plotted on a map, as well as their direction of travel when possible. The raw data was analyzed in order to come up with the most conservative estimates possible. In 2017, the teams observed 284 deer. In 2018, 312 deer. That's about 40 deer per square mile in 2017 and 48 deer per square mile in 2018. In 2019, we observed 207 deer. And this drop in overall numbers was attributed to sighting conditions the day of the survey. In 2017 and 18, the weather was nice, the deer were up, moving around, feeding, and relatively easy to see. 2019 was extremely cold, bone-chilling winds, and the deer wanted to stay in shelter, as the rest of us would. Many deer were bedded down under decks, next to houses, behind wood piles, or in dense stands of trees. This made the deer much harder to spot. However, all 3 surveys afforded the survey teams an index of the population and an estimate fawn production. The fawn to doe ratio, this is important because it can help tell us if the population is growing, stable, or decreasing. The ratio in Woodland Park was about 88 fawns per 100 does in 2017 and 2018. In 2019, we observed 105 fawns per 100 does. These are very high ratios and suggest the deer population is booming. By comparison, the 3-year average fawn to doe ratio for CBW's entire southeast region was about 53 fawns per 100 does.
In addition to the data collected by CPW, CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation, also collects annual data on vehicle-wildlife collisions and human injuries related to those collisions. CDOT collects data annually by species killed in vehicle collisions and also by mile markers. In 2009, 10 years ago, there were a total of 39 recorded mule deer vehicle collisions. In 2018, CDOT reported that there were 75 mule deer vehicle collisions within the same mile markers, almost double the amount of 8.5 years before. While some may argue that that trend reflects an increase in traffic and humans, it undeniably also indicates an increase in the mule deer population. While state agency data alone indicates an increase in the population of the mule deer in the city of Woodland Park data shows a similar trend. The police department has documented an increase in deer-related wrecks, which are dangerous and expensive. The local Allstate Insurance Agency advised in 2017 that the cost on average on one of these collisions was about $4,800. These wrecks are a threat to human health and safety. People often are injured and can die when their car collides with deer. Woodland Park PD reported 166 calls in 2017, 186 calls in 2018, and already 78 through the first week of July in 2019. It is important to note that the historic months with most of the deer-related calls are still to come, so later in the year as we see right now. And those are just the reported calls. Moving on to the overpopulation mitigation options, the task force was directed to assess the impact of the mule deer herd relevant to the safety and security of the community. Our number one priority for the last number of years is safety and security of our community, and recommended appropriate and feasible methods to address impacts on the community. The task force divided into 2 subcommittees, each with the goal of producing a comprehensive management plan that would include feasible solutions for near-term execution, which you will hear tonight. Subcommittee members were also asked to provide cost estimates, timelines for action, and metrics to measure the success for the recommended actions. Following the first meeting, the task force met collectively on 2 more occasions. Those 2 meetings provided an opportunity for subcommittee chairs to brief on their progress and to ask city and CPW representatives for assistance if needed. All other meetings were facilitated by the subcommittee chairs and involved hundreds of hours of research, interviews, and field visits. The collective effort in producing this management plan is nothing short of miraculous. We are forever in debt to all those that were involved. They did a tremendous job, as you will see. At the first task force meeting, several potential herd management techniques were discussed. Based on the analysis of wildlife experts, other municipalities across the nation, and the insurance industry, all of these options were further analyzed by the task force members for applicability in Woodland Park. All task force members agreed that public education is a key component of dealing with the urban herd. I'm going to repeat that. All task force members agreed that public education is a key component of dealing with the urban herd. Numerous education initiatives have been available to the residents for several years in Teller County and Woodland Park, provided by CPW the Mule Deer Foundation, the University of Colorado Extension Office. This effort is noteworthy, but not tailored to this city and our unique challenges. The task force will recommend some education options that will be tailored to this community, a crucial piece of an overall strategy. Now, laws prohibiting intentional feeding of deer in the city limits were also addressed. And City Council championed a city ordinance in November of last year that significantly increased the fines and penalties for feeding wildlife. The monetary amounts and the possibility of incarceration for habitual feeders exceeds the state's current fine. To date, 7 residents have been warned not to feed deer. The warnings are part of an overall education plan, but I do not expect law or code enforcement officers to be as lenient moving forward. Fencing and barriers were researched as a means to protect gardens and ornamental plants. Unfortunately, depending on the fence, this can cause another issue, that being deer entanglements. These can be very deadly to deer depending on the circumstances. Every year, the police and CBW respond to deer entangled in a fence or wire from one. However, the task force will discuss fencing options that present minimum physical threat to deer. Contraception and sterilization were assessed. At this time, the only approved drugs for deer birth control aren't approved for mule deer. Studies conducted by CPW and the Mule Deer Working Group of the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies report that for sterilization to be effective, 70% of the does in a closed herd need to be sterilized. Mule deer have natural migration patterns of up to 250 miles and can average 50 to 70 miles. So because of our open population, sterilization may not be effective. The task force recommends both contraception and sterilization options remain on the option matrix for continued analysis. Some wildlife agencies are capturing and relocating urban deer to more remote, suitable habitat on a limited basis. This approach is labor and cost intensive with uncertain effectiveness and is impacted by biological factors such as disease transfer, low survival rates of transplanted animals. Bottom line, due to biological consideration, the trap and transplant option is not considered viable or acceptable by CPW. In order to reduce or prevent deer-vehicle collisions, various non-lethal mitigation measures have been studied and techniques continue to be developed. Many measures show potential, but they may not reduce deer populations. Technology-based deployments show potential in reducing deer vehicle incidents. The task force recommends this option be assessed in coordination with CDOT for suitability in our own community, as well as stationary crossing signs in select areas. A cost analysis of those approaches will be provided. One lethal option is for the city to hire sharpshooters and cull the deer at night. Again, this option can be expensive, ranging from $600 to almost $1,000 per deer. The task force did not recommend the option at this time. The task force will also prevent an archery harvest as a herd management option for consideration. And be clear on this, not all task members endorse this approach. In fact, 2 very important members of the task force resigned last week in protest of the inclusion of a hunt option in the comprehensive management plan. The task force membership
is a true reflection of our community, and the very visceral opposition to hunting as a means of managing the mule deer herd in the city limits is one we respect and that all council members will take into consideration. The harvest plan you will hear about tonight has one overarching objective, and we always go back to that, and that's human safety. Any hunt in Woodland Park would be done with archery equipment. Hunters would have to pass a rigorous qualification course. They would only be allowed to hunt properties where they have permission and that are large enough so they could do so safely and stay out of the public eye. Wildlife agencies are successfully using regulated hunting in urban areas to address urban deer issues. Carefully regulated archery hunts in restricted hunting areas can be particularly effective, and efficient hunting in and around urban areas requires close coordination with local governments and citizens. But where possible, it is a cost-effective solution. All that said, tonight we will hear a comprehensive plan from our deer management force, who in advance we absolutely cannot thank enough. And they will speak from hundreds of hours of research that they conducted on this critical issue to help our community make a decision moving forward. So I thank you for your patience in that preface, but I think it's important for everybody to know where we're going and how we're getting there. That said, I'm going to call on Dan Graves, and we're going to start the presentation. Do we have the slides for the presentation?
If we don't, I can bore the audience. It's fine.
I'm sorry, Dan. I thought we had them. Thank you.
I brought a paper copy. I can go on.
Darren, where are the slides? Maybe I can have Chrissy pull them up.
If you guys all are patient enough to bear with me on 35 slides, I'll try and chop them down so it's not 35. But to start this thing off, answer the objection, I am from Divide. I'm actually from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Been stationed in Colorado for 10 years. All four of my kids go to Woodland Park High School, drive through town. My wife works in town. My in-laws work in town or live in town here, and my brother and sister do. So I coach for football teams here and athletics. So I'm definitely a resident of Woodland Park, even though I'm on the wrong side of County Road 25. So we'll start with that. First thing I want to do is I just want to thank everyone for showing up. I'm not going to give my address.
He doesn't have to give.
He doesn't have to give. His Divide, Colorado is fine. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
So moving forward, first thing I want to do is the Education Task Force. I want to thank them for all the work that they did. I want to thank my subcommittee's task force for all the work that they did. Literally hundreds of hours went into this. No matter what the city council decides, you guys are going to have a ton of homework that went into this presentation. With that said, I think this has gotten way over politicized. Instead of it being about the mule deer in Woodland Park, it's hunters versus anti-hunters, and that's not what this is about. This should be about the safety of our community and what's best for our community, whether it's a hunt, whether it's education, whether it's all the above. It shouldn't be us versus them at all, and that's not our community's approach whatsoever. With that said, I'll cover the things it's not. This is not a trophy hunt as it's been depicted. That's not what this pitch is. This is not a unregulated free-for-all. This is a well-thought-out plan derived from an all-volunteer committee that objectively looked at a problem set at the council's direction to reduce human conflict and the cost to the community. With that said, I'll continue with my presentation, and then we'll go from there. So, Mayor, I thank you for that pretty good introduction. I think you covered everything really well, especially the last minute that you did as far as...
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
Is this any better?
That's much
Thumbs up?
better.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yep, sorry. So I want to thank the mayor as well for the introduction and going over kind of the homework at why we arrived at a harvest plan. I also want to thank the District Wildlife Manager, Tim Craning. He had a great article in the Gazette, if you haven't seen it, that covers this far better than any PowerPoint I'm going to go through in front of you guys. I'd encourage everybody to read that as well.
Actually, it was in the UPass Courier.
UPass Courier? Okay. So we'll go over Mule Desk. We're calling it the Task Force Harvest Subcommittee. We created a plan that is safe, cost-effective, ethical, and it's a long-term management approach to the mule deer situation in Woodland Park. The implementation of this program requires the involvement of city staff, community volunteers, and state wildlife agency personnel. The program will also use the veterans as hunters in the program through the organization called the Freedom Hunters. The Freedom Hunters is a 501 Charlie 3 organization that has worked on private property hunts across the country and in Colorado Springs. They provide opportunity for disabled veterans and veterans alike to hunt in restricted terrain. They're also a nonprofit organization that carry their own liability insurance. I want to thank them for their time and volunteer work on our committee as well. This plan was reviewed by wildlife managers and biologists at the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. In order for this plan to be approved, the City of Woodland Park must first approve the plan, and then it could go forward from there. With that said, Freedom Hunters, if they want to come up here and talk their piece, or I'm happy to, but introduce Marty if you'd like to tell everybody kind of what Freedom Hunters is and what they're about.
Mayor, gentlemen, folks, council, city council, my name's Marty Trujillo. I'm a native of Colorado. I grew up in Monument, Colorado, currently reside in Monument, after I spent 30 years in the United States Marine Corps. I was the operations chief for Marine Forces Pacific. General staff officers worked for them all throughout history. But now I'm back here in Colorado, being retired after 2 years. I found my sanctuary hunting in the state of Colorado and throughout several states, obviously within Freedom Hunters. Freedom Hunters is that 501c3 nonprofit. We use two-person integrity every time we go out with archery. Myself, I'm a level 2 archer instructor with USA Archery. Every time we take the disabled veterans out, we always have two. One, not only are we making sure the deer are harvested ethically, but we have the insurance and we have the capability to do it safely. We're already doing it in private residence, private properties in the state of Colorado now. If there's any questions regarding what we do and why we do what we do, it's to get these service members disabled out there. We've had articles in the Gazette, March of 2019. Disabled veterans that are in wheelchairs, disabled veterans that have RPGs, rocket attacks, missing limbs, going out there and using hunting as therapy. We're here to help. That's what we do. We help the community more so than anything else, but we also help these disabled veterans. If you choose to use us to give you a hand, we're willing and we're able. But again, we're looking at it from the ethical aspect to make sure that not only the disabled veterans gain some type of therapy, but also ensure that our herds are here. They have the largest herds of elk in the continental United States right here in Colorado. There's a reason, because we use conservation. And we respect that, and we definitely want to have that opportunity to assist you. Thank you for the opportunity, and if you have any questions, please let us know.
Thanks for the work you do with our veterans.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. I'm not going to say this again. If you speak out of turn without being called on, you're going to be asked to leave. Thank you.
Okay, the history of the task force. It was formed under the premise that there's an overabundance deer within the city limits of Woodland Park, and recognizing that there are negative consequences associated with the overpopulation or overabundance, then naturally something must be done to reduce the population of mule deer within Woodland Park city limits. Our problem statement is that Woodland Park has exceeded the social, cultural carrying capacity of the mule deer within city limits, and that something must be done to reduce that population. What social cultural carrying capacity is, it's really the level at which conflict has exceeded what the community is willing to accept. This number is defined through a stakeholder process, is really what we're going through right now. They include deer vehicle collisions, the number of calls to police departments, the number of times police department has to respond to injured deer, as well as the economic cost to deer damage to the community. Herd health is frequently mentioned in the social cultural carrying capacity definition, and that's for managing the carrying capacity that will likely improve health herd. So bottom line up front, the solution to the problem set is a safety-focused, well-regulated, and cost-conscious archery hunt we feel is the best long-term solution to managing and reducing the deer population in Woodland Park. The following hunt plan our task force created actively works to reduce the number of conflicts between mule deer and automobile accidents, police calls, and it keeps in mind that at the forefront is the safety of the residents of Woodland Park. Our guiding principles of this plan were safety of the community, cost of the community, long-term approach to a sustainable management plan, mitigating risk to the community and local deer population, and then the sensitivity to the community towards a managed and restricted archery hunt. Roles and responsibility. The city staff obviously will oversee the entirety of the program through a process such as this. They'll facilitate any necessary regulatory changes in city ordinances. Chief of Police will assist the Division of Wildlife as well in the development and overseeing of the program, as well as any calls associated with it. Provide oversight and assist with the law enforcement and any legal issues that would arise. And they would also assist with name badges of hunters and background checks of hunters as well. Additionally, the City of Woodland Park Police Department will require all hunters to pass a criminal background check. That's important to note because currently you're not required to do that for Division of Wildlife. That's just an additional safety measure we wanted to implement. Volunteer positions would be the program coordinator and an assistant coordinator, Mr. Joe Craldette. He's a local resident of Teller County, an active volunteer for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and Marty Trujillo with the Freedom Hunters. And it'll be a 50-50 split between tags and management of the program. As far as program coordinator's responsibilities, so he'll oversee the entire program from the distribution of vouchers and licenses to program qualification and participation. He'll oversee all of the private and public land that would be used for the hunt. He would also contact landowners adjacent to any lands that you'd use for hunting or harvesting. He would designate program activity areas in coordination with City Council and the Woodland Park Police Department. He would maintain a record of shots taken and any and all harvests that participants took throughout the program. He would also maintain a record of disposition of harvested animals, and he is the liaison between the city and the hunt program itself. Continuing for roles and responsibilities. So he will also act as the liaison to state wildlife agencies. He will provide technical advice during program implementation. And he will also be a mechanism for every licensed program participant to coordinate through. Keep that slide, please. Going back to program proficiency test. So it's important to note this is a qualified archery harvest plan where everyone must qualify to prove that they can efficiently, effectively, and ethically harvest an animal to reduce the amount of suffering any animal will have to go through. Proficiency test would be 4 to 5 arrows in a 5-inch diameter circle from distances out to 25 yards. There's also a 3D target evaluation that's going to take place, all oversaw by the program coordinator. The qualification test will be held at the Gillette Flats Archery Range in Cripple Creek, and the program coordinator will have final approval authority for qualifying an archer. This is also going to be in coordination with Marty Trujillo of Freedom Hunters, and they will also participate in this qualification program. Next slide. Policy and rules. It's pretty extensive, as it should be, because we want to make sure it's well regulated and well restricted. Participants will read and sign a statement acknowledging their understanding of a litany of lists that all the council members should have in front of them. We highlighted some of them here. First, it's a waiver that releases the city of any liability of any personal injury or damage. Additionally, Freedom Hunters carry their own liability insurance for their participants. All activities will be directed through the program coordinator, chief of police, and the city administrator. Program activities will only occur in delineated areas prior to any type of harvest or hunt. No participant will engage with anyone who is harassing them during a hunt or using a public area where anyone comes in. They will also abide by all state rules and regulations. The maximum range for any harvest plan would be 30 yards. That means every archer is not to exceed a 30-yard standard for a shot, and that's all going to be demonstrated during their proficiency. Where feasible and when feasible, we recommend using tree stands to change the trajectory of an arrow flight so you can shoot safely into the ground and your arrow is placed in the ground post-shot. Archery shooting restrictions are as follows. First, it's safe and ethical behavior. No shots will be taken at any moving animal. No shots will be taken at any animal that's leaving a designated management area. Deer will not be driven to a delineated hunting area in order to give them a shot. And then shots will be limited to broadside or quartering angles as to make ethical shots. Time periods for a harvest or hours will be determined at a later date by CPW, the Chief of Police, program coordinators, and City Council. Accountability of program participants. Each participant will have a ID badge and a number associated with it. The badge, and this is really the total cost of the program, is $8 per participant. The participant will carry with them at all times so that any member of city staff or police department could ask to see their credentials if they're in a public place. Participation in this program is a privilege, not a right, obviously. So at any point in time, if anyone violates the rules, program coordinator, city administrators, or chief of police could ask for that badge to be taken away. Each participant will provide 6 arrows with a highly visible crest. These arrows are going to be serialized so that we can hold each archer accountable for any shots that they may or may not take. If at any point in time a citizen has a concern that an animal was injured by an arrow and there's an injured deer walking through town with an arrow in them, it would be as easy as asking everyone who's a participant to produce their 6 arrows, look at the serial numbers associated with it, and remove a person from the harvest plan, or confirm or deny that it was in fact not us. It could be a local archer hunting on National Forest property who legally obtained their license. Next slide. Finally, on the accountability piece, as mentioned prior, chronic wasting disease it's a fatal neurological disease found in deer, elk, and moose in Colorado. It's 100% testing for any animal that would be harvested in Woodland Park. Testing would be done by CPW, and information on testing sites, it can be found on the website, or we can get with Tim at a later date and time. But every animal that would be harvested in town, we'd be able to test for CWD and get better analytics as to how many animals within the city limits have CWD. Very important here is the leave no trace policy. This policy is designed to respect the values of respect really the community to the sensitivity of an archery hunt and a harvest program within city limits. Really, we want no one to know that this is taking place, with the exception of getting it approved tonight. So every possible thing to be done will be done to mitigate knowing that there's a hunt taking place. So if an animal's harvested, we'll have water to clean up any type of harvest. If an animal is harvested in a public location, you would extract the animal via a tarp or a wheelbarrow. So minimum exposure to the community is the leave no trace policy. If someone were to violate the no trace policy, then they're immediately removed from their program. Use of an area by a participant is subject to the members of the community. So if a member of the community is at a public location and we have a participant there, then the hunt participant would immediately leave the area and allow that community member to utilize whatever area they're in, and so there's no conflict between archers and community members. Any animal that would be harvested would be field dressed off-site to minimize any impact in the area where it's harvested, in the nearby national forest land. And all harvested animals, again, would be concealed, both transported from the field to a vehicle as well. There's also a policy in place where no one will be posting anything on social media associated with the harvest, because this is literally that, an attempt to harvest animals to reduce conflicts, not an attempt to create a trophy society. So proposed season dates for this plan is December 15th of 2019 through January 30th of 2020, with a total of 30 doe licenses that would be available for vouchers. That's going on the assumption that this would pass, that we qualify enough people, and we have enough participants to do so. The proposed season dates coincide with the Division of Wildlife regulations, and at this prescribed time, fawns have already been weaned off the does and are capable of surviving on their own. utilization of the resource. So I think we can all agree that we see far too many roadkill animals within the city limits of Woodland Park, up and down Highway 24 and 67. This is just a way for us to be more efficient on utilizing the animal that we view as a resource and showing that respect so nothing goes to waste. So after an animal's harvest, the Elks Veteran Leather Program will actually take the hide off the animal, and they use this to make veterans gloves, hats, jackets, and things like that. There's more detail in the plan you guys were given as to how you can donate the leather. It even shows you how to get rid of the cape to donate it. And then obviously the mule deer consumption itself. So hunters have the option of harvesting. If they harvest an animal, they may keep the meat for themselves, or they may donate it to either Marion's house or Little Chapel Food Pantry. And they could also take it to Lake George and Crippens and get it processed there as well. But the idea behind all this is that we don't waste anything, and that we're giving that animal that due respect that it does deserve, and not sit on the side of the road and go to a waste. Recommended harvest for 2019-2020. So we've given this to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. They've given us their changes we need to make to our plan, and then they said give it to City Council, and if it gets approved, then they'll move forward with it. But this management approach allows for change, and it's based on all the data that the mayor alluded to earlier. The data is the conflicts that we've collected, an assessment as far as objective goals related to this conflict, and then harvest numbers based on success rates, access and tolerance of hunters within the community, and the availability of state volunteers to run, which we do have. Once all three of those conditions are met, then a harvest would then be conducted. After a harvest would then be conducted, the cycle would begin again in 2020 to 21 with further analytics and the hunt program coordinator meeting with City Council and making whatever necessary recommended changes. Program's measure of success. So the implementation of this program is designed to address a lot of areas of concern. First and foremost would be if this program was to be approved, no human safeties arise during this program's implementation, meaning no participants in the program, but first and foremost, members of the community. No one in the community is ever put at risk by this. And then secondly, we have no safety interactions with program members. The second piece would be that motor vehicle accidents involving deer would be on the decline. And we have a baseline measurement to start with, and we'll get to that in a later slide. Shows you pre-implementation and then post-implementation that shows your measures of effectiveness. Density-dependent diseases are limited within the local herd. And we can get that data starting to capture based on harvested animals. Survey count decline, trending towards a population level where it's more desirable for the community. And the wounding or loss of deer is less than 10% of animals harvested, with a goal of 0% loss of the deer. And then obviously the animals utilized 100%, and that the financial cost of the cities are reduced and minimized overall. As far as long-term sustainability, this management plan uses an adaptive management approach. It's going to be based off three long-term goals. There's a decrease in the number of deer vehicle collisions by 20% within the next 5 years. That there's a decrease in the number of deer conflict calls by 5% in the next year. And there's a decrease in the number of sick and injured deer calls by 10% in the next 5 years. The volunteer program coordinators with CPW will evaluate this each year, and at the conclusion of each year, provide a recommendation to the City Council. This map in front of you is what we call a subunit boundary line. So this is literally what you're seeing here. The yellow is the eastern boundary, the southern boundary is purple, northern boundary is red, and then that western boundary is blue. But this would be where that the boundaries for a subunit to be allowed for people to get these vouchers. Now, what you'll notice in this is there's a lot of green, right? So there's a whole lot of national forest in this that isn't Gateway Elementary School, right? So there's a lot of public land that's not people's front yards that would allow this hunt to take place out of sight and out of mind of the community that will allow for a reduction in deer population not on your front lawn. So just take that into consideration when you see that. All the green that you see is national forest land that the Division of Wildlife has said that the vouchers would be approved to be used for. And if we don't have, if the city does not have the support of a hunt within town on public property, you could very easily do it on national forest land. Next slide. So harvest locations are thousands of acres in national forest land. We also anticipate hundreds of acres, if not thousands, of private land being accessible to hunters as well. We aren't going to advertise those here because we haven't even solicited those places yet, only for no other reason that we didn't know if this was going to be approved. So when it does, that's on the program coordinator to start that process. And then city property is included as well, but only represents less than a 5% total percentage of viable locations for that hunt. Some additional hunt plan recommendations that we agree completely with the Education Task Force, that there's no efficient tracking method for the Woodland Park Police to track wildlife collisions, calls, and that's been a recommendation for us, is to get a really accurate measurement of what is the cost to the city. We've got to have a tracking mechanism associated with to capture that cost. So it was one of our recommendation. And then also just signage, simple solutions like flashing deer crossing warning signs at high deer density crossing signs as well. And then in closing, I recognize as a member of the community and the public that hunting is not always the most politically it's not the most politically positive solution out there. So I'm not envious of people on the council's job to vote on this, but I'll present you guys with the facts, and hopefully that facts can prevail over feelings. We recognize the passion of everyone here involved, and with that is a respect for that passion, because to have a room full of this means there's a whole lot of people in the community that care, and that's a positive thing. Whether or not it's a hunt, whether or not it's deer signage, it's a positive thing to have this many people care about something in our community. So I want to recognize that as well. With that, I'll take any questions from the council, and then we can, I guess I'll give it to you guys and go from there.
Council, who would like to start? Any questions now? Do you want to hear we can hear the second presentation, and we'll go from there. Others that have questions that will come up, when you have your 3 minutes, you can come up and ask those questions at that time. Thanks very much. Great job, Dan. You and your whole committee should be thanked. Okay, we'll move on to Claudia Miller.
Hi, my name is Claudia Miller. I live
Claudia, excuse me. I can't hear you already. It's going to have to be loud. Chrissy, can you turn that microphone up a little bit? If you can, that would be great. If you can't.
My name is Claudia Miller, and I live at 810 Majestic Parkway. And I appreciate having an opportunity to share our task group's conclusions with the City Council and the public. As you can see from the slide, we live in City Beautiful, a small mountain town punctuated with suburban residences and businesses. And nestled in this landscape is our treasured wildlife. Our work is grounded on our mission statement to promote deer management of Woodland Park through comprehensive, long-term, and humane methods that will allow us to live harmoniously together in our shared environment. The members of the Education Subcommittee are Woodland Park residents who value this magnificent community and believe that wildlife we share with it is an integral part of our lives. Those who have worked diligently on our proposal in various stages of their participation in the task force come from education, business, media, medical, and entrepreneurial fields. We've dedicated over 300 hours collectively in research with biologists, veterinarians, and organizations that have worked in the field of deer city management for over 30 years. We've held interviews with experts that are examining practices incorporated in Colorado and across the United States. We've collaborated with CDOT to gain knowledge of traffic related to our state highways 24 and 67. Our charge from the council was to meet 3 challenges: safety and security of residents and visitors, landscape and property damage, and long-term healthy deer population. The Be Deer Aware program we designed spawned from the identification of the issue on deer
which was defined by wildlife experts, including our own local specialists, as not biological, which deals with the health and the stability of our city deer, or ecological carrying capacity, but instead the cultural capacity, the perceptions people in our community have on the deer based on their experiences. In studying educational programs I initiated in other cities as well as our own, the Be Deer Aware program has capitalized on their successes. However, it is far more comprehensive. As an educator, I have witnessed the power of active, hands-on involvement. In this case, it motivates citizens to get involved in solving our community problem and taking ownership of it. We believe strongly in the potential of our community members to effect changes that will have a high impact in solving the social issues. As our city works together, we will tap into the collective talents that will make good things happen. It involves educating residents and visitors alike so the community gains an understanding of modifications that will create deer-friendly living. By community involvement, our plan is designed to engage school kids, of course, as young ambassadors of deer, creating their own logos to post throughout the city, join together with adults in city plantings, taking a role in educating citizens in booth exhibits and presentations. They will feel empowered. We have incorporated a Drive Smart program for our teens. We are going to empower local law enforcement with safety measures to safeguard our drivers and incorporate neighbor-to-neighbor collaborations, provide effective gardening practices to create deterrent mountain landscapes, and tighten our regulations on a deer feeding ordinance in order for deer to rely on natural habitats in the wild, creating less nuisance calls. And to begin an overview of our program, I'd like Bob Piercefield, who worked on the safety part of the task force, to share some information.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to speak to the safety and security of the residents, visitors, and our wildlife.
Excuse me, Bob. And our city attorney just advised me, if everyone, when they come forward, will just state their name, we do not need your address.
Okay.
Thank
Bob Piercefield, Woodland Park.
Thank you.
So as you stated in past conversations, Mayor Levy, the safety and security is a major concern. According to the Woodland Park Police Department, we have an average of 32,000 vehicles traveling through Woodland Park each day, which equates to 11,680,000 per year. And then this slide is our graph that shows the vehicle total accidents in the dark blue, and then the deer-related accidents in the tan. Injured deer would be in the light blue. Euthanized by law enforcement would be in the darker brown, and then percent of deer-related accidents per the vehicles per year that travel through here isn't even on the screen, so on our chart. There are measures that have not been implemented in our city that could dramatically decrease the impact of any deer-related accidents. In Rochester Hills, Michigan, one of the highest incidences of deer-related traffic accidents in the country has reduced their deer accidents by 50% during rut season, drastic reduction after signage installation. And as you can see in this one slide, it has the wildlife zone, and then fines are doubled during that season for speeders. And then our solution number one is to install more traffic signs on the heavily traveled roads, high traffic accident areas during rut season and fawning season. The flashing solar signs, estimated cost there would be about $2,572. Stationary neighborhood signs would be about $170. And then the street or reflector signs, depending on, that's a pretty significant type of sign. You can have them on both sides of the road, so it just depends on which program you would want to utilize there. The cost varies. And then utilize existing CDOT digital sign on Highway 24 to put some verbiage up there to be careful about the deer. And then here's some other signs that are possible. We have the solar sign with a flashing yellow light with the diamond-shaped sign showing a deer when flashing for the next mile. And then attention, deer crossing, and then the wildlife zones with the double fines again. And then here are some more slides that show different types. And then solution number 2, driver awareness program, No Veer for Deer strategies for the community with presentations through brochures, and then high school Drive Smart campaign in 2019. And then the brochures, which would be 8.5 by 11 trifold, about $240, $250 for that, for 500. And then we'll speak to deer corridors. Our town is lacking in the corridors that allow wildlife to cross Highway 24 and Highway 67 safely. CDOT is able to identify hotspots to pinpoint key areas for the signage and modify the city's existing tunnels. Roger Graham of CDOT states there are federal, state, and city funding options available. And then in Governor Polis's recent executive order that was issued in August 2019, he stated that Colorado's population is increasing and large number of people travel through the state to see our beautiful wildlife. The efforts of Governor Polis is to protect the wildlife and their habitats through the designation of maintenance of wildlife corridors, which will enhance the quality of life for us all. He mandates that we need to find ways to coexist with the wildlife. The Department of Transportation is to incorporate ongoing consideration of big game migration into all levels of its planning to reduce collisions. Colorado's Parks and Wildlife are to include migration corridors in its public education and outreach.
Gardening in Woodland Park is unique, not only in terms of deer eating foliage, but also we live in this mountain habitat at 8,500 feet. This leads to a lot of frustration for gardeners who put in a lot of time, effort, and money into their landscapes. Living in these woodlands will always be susceptible to wildlife invasions. However, after researching techniques that landscapers have found effective, there are ways to create mountain landscapes that thrive here. Education and implementation are key. We envision city displays with deer-resistant plants and signage. And also, Estes Park has put in some sensory gardens, and they're great prototype models in our state. And even down at our East Library, they have labels on their plants, and we were envisioning maybe putting these deer-resistant plants around the city, having kids help plant them, and then putting the labeling on what type of plants they are and how to take care of them, just to educate people as they're coming into our city and walking around. We want to promote our local stores carrying a bountiful selection of deer-resistant plants. That isn't being done right now, and so it's really defeating when people go to a store and pick out the wrong type of plant and don't have success with it. We'd like to have garden experts to make house calls for garden remedies, and also gardening videos on community websites. This has been done in some eastern communities and been very successful for people within the town looking at those videos. One of our most unique ideas, I think, is the garden tour, which really is a hybrid of our coveted holiday home tour. And that's where we have scouted out many homes in our community that have fabulous yards. They've had gardeners that have worked for years and years. One's over 20 years, another's 40, and they have figured it out with the deer. And we'd like to have them on the tour, and they'd have native plants that work here and mail order plants they can get. We think this would be really exciting, and they are willing to share what has worked and what hasn't worked with these people coming through. And we're really excited because we think through this we'll get it's a grand opportunity for neighbors to meet neighbor across neighborhoods. We have a few pictures of just some of they've talked about fencing, and we need to do more investigation on it. But this is a lady that's lived here 40 years, and her first few slides are here on how she handled the fencing, even building between two areas. And then we have something that's quite an invisible fence, and then we have some just indigenous flowers to here, some that grow and are deer resistant. Okay, on public education, we're proposing a lecture series by wildlife specialists, biologists, and veterinarians on wildlife to teach us how to coexist with the deer effectively. Dr. Anthony DiNicola, a renowned wildlife biologist and presenter, could be asked. Martin Alaunay, State Director for USDA Wildlife Services, offered to present to us. We'd love to have Tim present to us, and also Frank McGee, the Area Wildlife Manager, has agreed to speak in a lecture series should we ask him. It was mentioned in the other presentation about the no feeding ordinance, and on that, we had that comprehensive plan put in last November, and a lot of the neighborhoods, when we polled them, have said that it's having a significant impact. But what we noticed, even when we went around the farmers market and surveyed them, they said that Airbnbs are a major concern because a lot of vacationers are coming in and they think it's cute to feed the deer, and they just don't understand the repercussions. And so we feel the owners of those Airbnbs really need to notify their renters about this. We've determined the need for stricter enforcement and have heard that the city's going to, or the police station, they're going to put in a city officer. We also feel there's a friendly stance by having neighbors go to neighbor and talk and explain the reasons we're trying to protect our deer and our wildlife. Dr. DiNicola predicts a lack of feeding in winter will greatly lessen the population by minimizing the artificial support. It was also mentioned about wildlife fertility, and yes, it hasn't been done on the mule deer, but it has in California on the black mule deer, and there are programs around the country in 8 states where they have done this. It's new, especially in the western states, but it is a way that they're finding they don't have to euthanize or kill the deer. And one thing that was brought out to me by several biologists, including one here, is that our actual city deer usually travel about within a mile radius, and it's very different than a migrating out-of-city mule deer. Thought that was interesting.
So the 2020 budget should reflect these as priorities. Install traffic signs on heavily traveled roads, high traffic accident areas, rut season, and fawning. Implement a Be Deer Aware program as the first in the state to incorporate this comprehensive approach. Clearly define the deer problem through the review of data. Have specific baselines and goals to measure the success. Incorporate a long-term, comprehensive, and specific non-lethal plan to the defined problem, if any, in Woodland Park. Implement the least intrusive and most humane measures.
Our council, we feel, should consider these priorities. The public and the council, who are the decision makers, should be educated on responsible approaches to managing the city's deer herd. What is a responsible approach? The number one factor we think is time to implement some of these strategies that we put forth, because they've been highly effective in different communities. And also, it was brought up the idea of eventually a vote and some surveying of Woodland Park, maybe in the 2020 election, if possible. Also, expand on programs and strategies to educate the public in Woodland Park and that have a high probability of success when implemented. And critical measures are that signage, which has not really been done effectively, the landscaping, and the non-feeding ordinance. Our proposal is great for community morale and is in tune with our motto, City Above the Clouds, and reaching to higher horizons and defining our city as one that addresses and solves issues through collaborative efforts. The City Council hopefully will provide us the time to instigate measures that are most humane in addressing the cultural carrying capacity. Based on cities that have dealt with deer issues in a similar manner, such as Rochester Hills, Michigan, there's a high probability that we too will have success in making a dramatic impact on deer issues our city is dealing with in light of its influx of people in our suburban town. As Frank McGee, Area Wildlife Manager, shared, the state agency respects decisions on the wildlife in a community as these animals belong to the people. This is your wildlife and it is up to the people. We've been informed, Mayor Levy, that you will provide some time in the public comments for members of the task force and citizen at large to share some of the concerns and our conclusions a little bit on the deer management plan.
You're right. Thank you very much. Okay, we've got a couple things to consider. First is the old guys here sitting on the dais, and so we're going to take a break, but we probably have at least 2 hours, maybe longer to go. So it's 7 minutes after 9 right now. I would please ask, respect our time. Let's get started again at 9:20. That gives 13 minutes or so for everybody to do what they need to do, and we'll get started right at 9:20. Thank you very much.
all did. We all got candy at home. We all took a candy break.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it. What? That's good.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we move forward, I want to applaud both committees that presented tonight and understand their job. They were tasked with giving us as much information as we can, not to lead us in one direction or the other. That's the decision that this council is going to make based on what they said and based on comments that are made tonight. So again, I want to commend both sides of the task force, and they've done a tremendous amount of work. At the end of the day, no matter what we decide, we're very fortunate to have these folks in our community. So thanks to you all. So here's how we're going to move forward. We've got about 40 people signed up to speak. 40 times 3, I'm not very smart, but that sounds like 120, and so that's a couple hours. So here's the way we're going to proceed. I'm going to do what I said, and we're going to allow everybody here to speak that has signed up, and we may allow someone to speak that's not on this list, because we do want everybody's input, regardless of anything that was said prior to when we started today. We do want everybody's input. What I don't want, and what this council does not want, I don't want 40 people coming up here and telling me exactly the same thing. I don't want to shoot deer, or I want you to educate the public. Okay? So be respectful of the time for everybody. We're going to start at the top. We're going to give everybody ample opportunity. Please respect council and everybody here. At 3 minutes, I'm going to cut you off. I know a lot of you can have your say in less time than that. Then that said, when you hear somebody say that they already said something you're going to say, we don't need you to say it again. If you want to come up and reiterate for 30 seconds or so, we're not going to hold that against you. But it's a time constraint for everybody. We want to be respectful. But at the end of the day, our concern and our task is to get this right.
Mayor?
Okay? So go ahead, Noel.
May I ask, what we can do is when the person's up there, we say who the next speaker is, and they can have time to get up to the podium, so we're not waiting 1 minute to 2 minutes for each person to mosey through the crowd.
We'll do that. That's a good suggestion. Okay, the other part of this part of the discussion is I've got Tim Kranig here from Colorado Department of Wildlife, and we have both members of the task force, both Dan Graves and Claudia Miller, who I'm going to ask all three of them to come up now, not to necessarily speak, but to be close so they can answer any questions. Okay? Everybody got the process? This is going to be fun. We really want to hear your input, and I know that's why you're here. So, and if I mispronounce your name, please forgive me. I know that John Davis is going to be second, and Cindy Eller Ramsey? Excuse me. And if you will just give us your name, you don't need to tell us where you live if you don't like to.
Just the municipality is good enough.
That's fine, thank you. And you can just get in line there. Thank you very much, sir.
I am Cindy Eller Rumsey. I live in Woodland Park. Number one, safety. There is an aggressive deer in town. She has attacked two of my dogs in consecutive years. It's cost me $500 at a vet. I was very scared when she was unprovoked. She probably had a fawn in the area, but I didn't know that. Cost me over $500 to save my dogs. One of them, they both lived, but one of them was hurt extensively and died of that later on. Number 2, expense and humor. I hit a deer over by Safeway one morning. She walked away. I didn't get her insurance information, so it cost me $1,500. 3, when I moved from Kansas to, well, we had to have a little humor tonight, don't we? When I moved from Kansas here, I learned very quickly that you net everything or put high fences around them. I have a wonderful garden. I have wonderful plants because I know the deer around, and I make provisions for that. Finally, I encourage you to approve the harvest plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, the next one in line will be F. Maria Sinnell. Mr. Davis?
Yes, I am John Davis, and I live here in Woodland Park. My wife, my very beautiful wife, Sherry, and I moved here 3 months ago. And one of the things that drew us here was the wildlife. We came from California, where I just sat in traffic for 2 hours each way each day, and I needed to get away from that. Physically, it was taking its toll. So when this whole thing came up shortly after we moved here, it was very emotionally charged. I felt betrayed almost by the real estate community for not telling me that this was going to be an issue. We had 2 fawns born on our property the second week we were here. And to cut to the chase, in the last week and a half, the comments that Mayor Levy made to start this, talking about that report, I read that, and intellectually, after the emotion wears off, I approach things intellectually. And I see both sides of this issue. And it's not as simple as I love wildlife, my wife loves wildlife. We want to make sure that nothing happens to them. We want to make sure that they are going to be okay, and if somehow culling the herd, or all the other euphemisms they have for killing the wildlife, if that is necessary, then so be it. But I am a little concerned from the intellectual standpoint about the studies that are done. We talked about 2017 to 2018, there was an increase in the density of deer. 2019, you couldn't do the study because the weather wasn't good and the deer were hiding. And so really, statistically, you don't have a lot of information to say we are overpopulated. The people who have been here for years know that there are a lot more deer here, and that does pose a problem. There are more accidents, more reports, because there are more people. You have a lot more people coming up 24 and 67, and there are a lot more cell phones that are in use, whether it's people my age or the younger people. They're not paying attention. The one thing I've learned is to put the cell phone away. Don't look at it. Look around for deer. And I'm scared to death that I'm going to hit one. But I don't want that to be the reason why the deer are going to be taken away from this area in large numbers or in some numbers. Lastly, I've served on a city council, several boards of directors. I was trying to think how many. I don't know how many. You guys have a terrible job, and I like to express my appreciation. Regardless of whether your decision is popular or not, it's not easy to do this on a voluntary basis. And I thank you on behalf of Sherry and me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sinnell will speak, and Sherry Davis will be next.
Mr. Mayor, I have 2 original motions to file, and this regards the village at Tamarack. I'm filing them on the record so that they appear in the minutes.
Now, we had this discussion a minute ago. If you'll give those to her.
I will.
Right now, we're speaking about 10A and 10A only.
Exactly.
Thank you.
You skipped over the other issues. It's a motion to set aside the ruling of the Board of Adjustment and a motion to dismiss the applicant's motion to modify the conditions of the village.
Why don't you give those to our city attorney?
For the record, I have a number of copies for you if you need them.
Thank you.
And of course, Ms. LaVar would I'm assuming she would recuse herself from this. In terms of the deer issue, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to start out with the most drastic possibility. And let me give you an example. Officer, if you're chasing a fleeing felon, you're going to try and take him down first with your hands, right? And then if he fights you, you fight him a little bit more. If he fights you some more, you might pull out your taser or dry stun him. If he gets up and runs, you fire your taser and hopefully take him down. But you do all of those lesser things before you pull out your sidearm and shoot that guy if he's fighting with you. And I think it's kind of the same thing. The deer population, from what I understand, I haven't heard anything about what happened during the drought and the fire years, 2010, 2011, our fire years in 2012, 2013. The populations went down drastically, and that hurt Woodland Park, and actually it caused some fear that our herds weren't going to be able to come back because what they had to come back to was all burned up. Mother Nature tends to take care of cycles, and here they seem to go in 5-year cycles. We have 5 years of drought, and then we have 5 years of wet weather, give or take. And meteorologists are predicting that we're not going to have much more in terms of our monsoons that we've seen of late. So if we take out a great portion of the deer population, then they're going to have less of an ability to come back when we enter those drought years once again. The herd won't survive, and it makes sense because Mother Nature does take care of it. When conditions are good, the deer are healthier, they are more plentiful, but when in drought conditions, something clicks within them, they reproduce less, and there's studies that show this, and they seem to be able to moderate themselves so that the herd can survive until there's another turnaround.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. Councilman Saunier, you made a comment, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, about how Highway 67 is a total mess. And we've got windy roads, and it's a total mess. And it's dangerous. The speed limit is too high. The deer haven't committed a crime. We are driving too fast. We have no signage. We need to start on the low end because the percentages you're looking for are small.
Thank you, Ms. Sennell.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, Marty Holmes will be after Ms. Davis.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to remind everyone to please talk directly into the microphone so that those at home can hear your comments.
Can I start doing bebop?
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sherry Davis, and like my husband mentioned, and I'll make it really brief, we moved here, we're the newbies in the community, but the number one reason that brought us to Woodland Park were the deer. Honest to God. I sat at the Hungry Bear while my husband was in the hospital for 6 weeks. I came up here, I saw the deer, and I fell in love. There's no reason we can't do the minimum of the signage and all of that stuff. Take that into consideration first before you want to do away with the deer. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, after Mr. Holmes, we will have, and I'm sorry, I see Michael Selden. Is that correct? Is that person here? Okay, then Bruce Ashley will be next. I saw Bruce here earlier. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Marty Holmes. I'm the Colorado Regional Director for the Mule Deer Foundation. I live in rural Custer County. We also have a lot of deer down there as well. Similar issues. Mule Deer Foundation is the national organization for the conservation of mule deer and black-tailed deer, coastal deer in the West. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, spend a lot of time on that. You can go to our website and you can see a lot of the things that we're involved with nationally with the Mule Deer Foundation. I have personally 30 years of wildlife conservation and fundraising experience in Colorado. I started with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation in 1988 and I have a bachelor's degree in range science and wildlife science from Utah State University. I'd like to say, first of all, that we're in very interesting times in the state, and I'm going to go at the 30,000-foot level. I'm not going to delve down in the weeds. There's a lot of information in these plans, some great presentations that have come to the forefront. I'd just like to give you a different perspective and let you know, if you're not aware, that you're not alone. Craig, Salida, Canyon City, many other places, Bountiful, Utah, a lot of places have this problem. It's not one that we're used to seeing. 100 years ago, when deer wandered down through the streets of town in a mining or a logging camp, they were on the dinner table that night. So it's a much different world that we live in, especially with the growing population we have in Colorado. And yes, everyone wants to see the wildlife. I was at a meeting last week or 2 weeks ago in Summit County, and a city council member there says they get a lot of calls about not seeing wildlife in Summit County in the Vail area. Well, their Vail elk population's gone from 1,000 20 years ago to 53 at the last count that they had. Not because of the ski area expansion in Vail, but because of human activity out in the mountains. The cows are just flat leaving their calves, and they die. And they become food for coyotes and bears and lions and so forth. I think this is a good plan. I think it can be tweaked with a lot of input. I would hope that you could all have a lot of community collaboration, become leaders in this issue. It has been done before, as you know, from the Air Force Academy to other areas around here. Utah has had transplants, but we don't do that in Colorado because of chronic wasting disease. I was instrumental in the development of the Chronic Wasting Disease Advisory
Mr.
Response
Holmes got
Plan.
20 seconds.
Okay. I was involved with the advisory response plan that was put forth to the commission and approved in January. And I will just make it brief and tell you, I think your biggest enemy here is the concentration of deer, high concentrations in chronic wasting disease. With 25 states in the country that have it now, and what we're seeing, that's the death knell for at least deer and potentially moose and elk later on. So we've got a lot to work together on, but that's the one thing I think that we have to focus on, and it's not an easy answer.
Thank you very much,
So
sir.
thank you very much for
Thank you.
having me up here tonight, and I appreciate our chapter's involvement in this effort. Thank you.
Okay, after Bruce, I've got Ellen Haas. I know I mispronounced that. Haase, I'm sorry. Bruce?
I'm Bruce Ashley, and I do live in Woodland Park, and I just want to...
Speak into that microphone, please.
Sorry. I just want to go over a little bit what Marty's talking about, the Mule Deer Foundation. Many of the task force members are on the board for the Mule Deer Foundation, and I just want to go through a few things about what that foundation does. It was founded in 1988. The Woodland Park chapter was started in 2014. Currently, we have about 300 members in this area. The Mule Deer Foundation cares about the deer in Woodland Park, and they know that there needs to be a way to manage a healthy deer population, and you have to manage the habitat. We've had 5 fundraisers locally, and we typically have 150 to 200 people in attendance. Some of the things that we've done for the habitat is at the James Mark Jones Aspen Regeneration Project. We helped fund that. We purchased a log arch for the CPW. We fixed the noxious weed spraying project, or we funded the project near Lake George. We purchased mule deer decoy for CPW to use in law enforcement. Funded a pinyon juniper regeneration project. And currently, we work with CPW on the Aspen Regeneration Project, including prescribed burns in Park County. We've manned booths. We have taken a lot of the education on also. That we see that that's a big part of the problem. So we have manned booths at the farmers markets, public schools, CPW events, just to try and do some of the education of not feeding them and et cetera. We provide literature to attendees at those events. The purpose of the Mule Deer Foundation is to ensure the conservative conservation of mule deer, black-tailed deer, and their habitat. Our goal is to restore, improve, and protect mule deer habitat, including the land and easement acquisitions, to encourage and support responsible wildlife management with government agencies, promote the public education and scientific research related to mule deer and wildlife management. Our stance on the urban deer management is...
Bruce, you have 30 seconds.
We support public education, which means to change human behavior that is detrimental to the mule deer population. We support the sound biological wildlife management that is proven through science based on research that is provided by the state's expert wildlife biologists and wildlife managers. And we support active mule deer population management in Woodland Park. That includes public hunters, and urge City Council to help us conserve and maintain a healthy mule deer population in the community.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you. I'm sorry, Bruce. Thank you. Okay, after Ellen, I've got, excuse me, Beverly Hop. Is that correct? Oh, thank you.
Good evening again. Ellen Hasse. And out of habit, I'm going to tell you 1186 Forest Edge Road, Woodland Park, because I love it just that much. And I'm not concerned about anybody finding me. If you can't find my house by now with a blue roof and brick in the middle of lovely high country Woodland Park, then you must have a vision issue. I'm going to speak tonight very briefly, quoting one of my favorite Woodland Park people, Ms. Dee Breitenfeld. And I have to first tell you that I met Dee many years ago, having first arrived in Woodland Park with, as I indicated earlier, young children, but later got to spend more time around her when I was a part-time office manager for Root Pass Historical Society, and she was one of the members of the board. And thanks to Sally Riley here, I enjoyed that opportunity to learn from her not only more about the history of the region, but also how history informs us. And that was her point to me almost every time we spoke. History informs us, and I share with that tonight on this topic. History informs us about what works with the local deer population, and specifically, you're hearing lots of information, and it's all good data to consider. But history tells us here in Woodland Park that the region's Colorado Division of Wildlife Manager, Ms. Tanya Sharp, between 1992 and 1997, had an amazing program locally in Woodland Park, RE2, and she carried it out to Cripple Creek Victor. If you trust my memory, I know she had it here. She came to the schools and had a three-part program. She began by working in tandem with the staff, the admin people in Woodland Park RE2, and with the parent and community groups supporting the school district to develop a program that was very much approachable for the average child, K through 5th grade. And then she presented the program in assemblies in the schools. It was very hands-on, including pelts and bones and desiccated jaws and all kinds of samples of wildlife leavings from our neighborhoods, so the children could better understand that A, the wildlife had come first, and B, we had built a community upon their wildlife tracks, their paths, their highways.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. When she did not stop with those wonderful informative programs for the children, which she did once each school year at Gateway, thanks for mentioning Gateway, but also at Columbine and later out at Summit, and as I said, I believe she eventually went out to Cripple Creek Victor, but she also did follow-ups. She followed the backpacks home with the CDW flyers in them to answer questions when questions came, and when neighbors reported concerns, she went door to door and explained to the new residents why raising baby ducks on their back deck was inviting the bobcat to follow the baby ducks and then hunt the deer.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It worked.
Okay, Beverly's here, and next will be Deb Accord, I think. Is that correct? Thank you.
My name is Beverly Hopp. I live in Woodland Park. I've been a resident here for 21 years. I've watched the community change. I've watched it grow in some positive ways and some negative ways. I've also watched issues come before this council and city officials that have brought numbers of people in these rooms because we care. Tonight we're talking about the deer. Yes, I care about the deer. I can tell you that driving down Highway 67, you often see deer in the road, but I don't see people slowing down. I see people speeding up. I can flash my lights, I can pull off to the side of the road, and they go right on through, 50 miles an hour down the road. Yes, Highway 67's a mess, but if we're going to live in this community, we need to live compatibly with the animals in this environment. About 6 years ago, I hit a bear with my car. My car was totaled. Thank goodness I wasn't hurt. My husband and I were in the car, but I had no resentment in what had happened. Did it cost a lot of money? Yeah, it cost me a lot of money. Could we have been hurt? Yes, we could have been hurt. But I chose to live here for a reason, and that with that comes the obligation of living compatibly with my environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, after Deb, I've got Terry Collins. Is Terry here? There she is.
Hi, my name is Deb Acord. Excuse me, I've lived in Woodland Park for 30 years in the Northwoods neighborhood, which is right next to Meadowood Park, which I believe is one of the areas that was suggested for a managed hunt. Earlier today, I reread the entire 104-page management plan. In a section entitled Management Plan Approach, I found this directive: use strategies that are long-term and site-specific. Avoid quick-fix strategies that don't provide long-term benefits. Here's what I didn't find in the 104-page report: potential drawbacks and risks of a lethal plan involving archers to reduce the town's deer numbers. Here are some of those drawbacks. We're responsible for the treatment of the deer. As someone said, they are our deer. First-year fawns are on their own, but they will still be vulnerable to predators. And targeted does, many of them which will be newly pregnant during this hunt time frame, will endure pain and suffering due to bleed out after being shot with an arrow. There's no assurance that removing deer from where it is perceived there are too many will impact specific areas because they move around. Removing deer from Meadowood doesn't guarantee that I can plant petunias in my neighborhood and my garden and still have them be there the next day. A managed hunt in town would produce really bad optics for Woodland Park, potentially changing forever the perception of our town as a beautiful mountain sanctuary, and potentially changing forever the way our residents view their town. Social media can't be discounted, so there's a real risk of negative coverage that could easily become viral. Marketing the city above the clouds as a pristine mountain community like no other, your perfect mountain hideaway, words I took from the city's website, will be more difficult. Just as the management plan states, we should take a long-term approach to managing our herd, giving Woodland Park residents some time to evaluate the best methods. Before we dive into a lethal hunt mere months after developing a plan, we owe it to our town first to see if non-lethal methods, signage, education, community networking, and active enforcement of a wildlife feeding ordinance work. Maybe give us some time before we go to the next option. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Terry's next, and then Janice Hayward. No Janice Hayward. Joe Fury. Is Joe here? Joe Fury. Nor his wife, Elizabeth. Is Chuck Gallagher here? Chuck Gallagher's not here. Vicki Good. I think I saw Vicki somewhere. Apparently, oh, there she is. Vicki will be next. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I'm going to make this short and sweet. I'm asking the Council to vote down the lethal deer management plan for all the reasons that's already been stated. I'm asking the Council, if possible, to pass the educational part of the deer management plan. Let Woodland Park be an example and a voice for our wildlife, not silence that voice with an arrow. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, after Vicky, we will have, is Penny Narain here? Penny Narain. She's not here. Lisa Holcomb, you'll speak next. Thank you. Vicky?
Hi, my name is Vicki Good, 1005 Sun Valley Drive in Woodland Park.
Vicki, will you speak into the
Thank
microphone, please? Thank you.
One question I have, or a concern I have, is the definition of public land. Does that include roads? How have you defined public land for hunting?
Why don't you go ahead with what you have to say, and then we'll get that question answered.
I'm going to give you a couple copies here. As a property owner, I have rights. With these rights, I'm hereby notifying the City of Woodland Park and all associated entities with the City of Woodland Park that there will be no hunting or trespassing for hunting on the following properties. Some of these properties are adjacent to city-owned property. I want to make sure there's no hunting going on my side of my property. 120 East Midland Avenue, Woodland Park. 311 South Boundary Street, Woodland Park. 1005 Sun Valley Drive. Again, there needs to be a definition as to what is considered public property. A road is public property. So that needs to be defined.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. If you could, I think it'd be good to bring up Tim and Dan. Actually, there was another comment that was made. If you could, Dan, just to clarify, first with Tim responding to that question, and then the other one being the relation of the timing of the hunt or the harvest, and whether or not the does are pregnant or not. I think that comment was made as well, just to clarify those two.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, council, city staff, and I'm impressed with the turnout of everyone tonight. Very impressed. To answer that question about public ground, so national forests would be considered public grounds. City properties like parks and such could be considered public grounds. And then roadways, yes, are considered public grounds, but there are certain statutes and regulations that hunters have to abide by. They have to be 50 feet off center line to release an arrow or shoot a bow. So that would be a statute that they would have to follow in those ordinances. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, look, Dan can give us very specifics of the plan if you want, if you could.
So to answer the question, public is just what Tim said. It would be city property. Some properties were considered, and then national forest boundaries as well. Like there's over 3,000 acres of national forest property within that subunit boundary that'd be considered, but that's all regulated by state statute, meaning you have to abide by all those things. And then any private property in the state of Colorado, as I understand it, Tim, it's considered posted. You have to have permission before you hunt on it anyway. So to your point, you're already protected by state statute that no one could hunt on your property. It's an implied law in the state of Colorado for any resident in Woodland Park. No one can trespass, and it's a prosecutable offense if they do. So hopefully that answered your questions.
Yeah, I think that was something that had been discussed. There had been some discussion in the community about whether or not a harvest would end up having hunters on personal property. That was never the intent, and there was a very detailed plan of how that would occur.
I think there's certain public properties, though, that are, you're saying 50 foot from the center of the property. So, for example, the cultural center. There's more than 50 feet. So is that going to be a hunting area, or has the city defined that this is not going to be a hunting area?
When you heard the report, the actual plan, there was very specific criteria for the land that would be used. It'd have to be large enough not to have an impact on adjacent private properties. So that's part of the criteria. Dan, I don't know if you want to elaborate, but that's exactly correct. That would not be one of the properties.
Of the 13 public properties that we identified for Woodland Park, only 4 met the criteria with acreage, standoff distances, and safety. And one of those 4 parcels was a 0.53 acre parcel of land that just provided access to national forest.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, Lisa, I believe, is next, and after Lisa, I've got William Miller. Is William Miller here? Good, there you are, right in front of me, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for letting us all speak and have our voice, and I appreciate all of the effort that was put into creating the plan. Is it going to be available to be able to see? I haven't read it yet.
Absolutely.
It's
on the website.
Presentations? That would be great. One of my concerns is chronic wasting disease. It's definitely prevalent in Colorado, and that's one of my concerns of the overpopulation.
Excuse me, do your best to talk into that microphone so we can hear you.
You have to get pretty
I've also noticed that the deer are not afraid of people in Woodland Park at all. I actually had one come up to me and nudge my hand in my yard. And I'm like, you're a wild animal and you're not supposed to be this close.
What did he say?
I just ran right away. I'm like, you are wild. I had a suicidal deer that ran into my car a month ago. I was only going 20 miles an hour on 24 when it happened. I saw everybody else slow down. It ran into the side of my car. It did about $4,000 worth of damage. Just no big deal. Insurance covers stuff. But the problem that I had with the whole situation was that 4 cars stopped to check on the deer. Not one person stopped to see if my daughter and I were okay. And that was very upsetting to me to see 4 people checking to see if a deer was okay. And I just feel like we have gotten to the point that we're valuing animals over human life. And that seems very insane to me. I had someone post on social media when I posted that happened to me. They said that they had more empathy for the deer than they did for me. And I really have a hard time understanding this, living in a small town like this, and that's why we moved here, is to enjoy that small town feel and that people care about each other. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Okay, after Bill, we have, is LaDonna Burrows here? There she is. Okay, Bill.
Thank you, Mayor Levy and City Council for allowing us to speak. I'd just like to point out there's an article...
Into the microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd just like to point out there was an article in the Gazette on August 23rd of this year, which basically the title was Wildlife Protections Were Signed. Governor Polis issued an executive order to the Department of Natural Resources and Colorado Parks and Wildlife and Department of Transportation. And I know that the city is limited in terms of funding. And I thought this was interesting because he stated that the Colorado natural beauty and wildlife are part of why so many people love our state. However, vehicles collide almost 4,000 times a year in Colorado, causing about $80 million in damage. But that doesn't take into account the value of the animal and the population of its species. So there's a lot from the state standpoint that they're incurring, that we're incurring as a city as well. And I think these departments have a lot more funding and will come out with a lot more information and legislation and changes and proposals, because they're due to provide this to the governor by April 1st. I'd like to see the council consider delaying this decision until the decisions come out and the legislation comes out on April 1st, and also allowing the covenants that were already put in the city for non-feeding, giving it at least a year to work. I think it's working. I was one of the culprits in the winter. I would feed because they were starving to death. And from now on, that's not going to happen. But I think everybody will realize that, and I think that's having an impact now. In fact, a lot of people say there's a lot less deer now than there have been. In any case, I wanted also to say that there were a lot of conservative or conservation groups that supported the executive order from Governor Polis. And so I think you'd get a lot of support from that if you were to kind of coincide with what the state's trying to do. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, after Ms. Burrows, I've got, again, I can't read very well, Carrie Alston. Is that close? Thank you.
Hi, LaDonna Burrows, Woodland Park, and I do not believe that killing the deer is the answer. I want somebody to explain to me why, if we go in and kill the deer in the city, that void is just not going to be filled by more deer. So we're just killing every year and not getting anywhere. I think you have to deal with the reason why they're gathering in the city. We have to do all of those signs, all of that non-lethal stuff first, see how that works, and figure out why, what we can do to keep them out of the city. I also gave out, the Humane Society has a step-by-step comprehensive guide on deer management and coexisting. And I don't understand why we're trying to reinvent the wheel. They've done it all for us. It's a simple thing to follow, and I'd like to see us look into that some more. I encourage everybody to go to humanesociety.org and read it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see. After Carrie, we've got Pam, I don't know how to pronounce it, Majewski?
Hey, Carrie Alstrom, Woodland Park.
Oh, 1 second. I'm sorry. Pam, is Pam here? I see it as Majewski, M-A-J-E-W-S-K-I. She's not. And then Michael Dalton will be next.
Okay, folks, we all need to recognize that this is a human problem. Every one of us that moved here had a negative impact on the population by changing the natural habitat and confining the deer from where they were. Historically, I'm told there weren't very many deer here until the Hayman fire. That pushed them in. They found easy pickings. They're going to stay. But we all have a responsibility for this, and it's a human problem, so it's got to be a human solution. I'm in favor of all the proposals that have been presented. I think they're well thought out, very effective, in tandem. I would encourage you to do them all. I don't see any rush to do it, though. Let's think it through. See if we can build consensus somehow, but it's our responsibility. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, after Michael Dalton, I've got Mike Gross. Is Mike here? Mike's not here. Is it Bob Piercefield? Is he there? There's Bob. Sorry, Bob. Now, yeah, I got Claudia on here too, but we'll give you a chance to speak. Go ahead, Michael.
My name is Michael Dalton. I live in Woodland Park, and contrary to most, I've been involved in hunts all around the world in 56 different species. I've been on colds where we culled 500 red hartebeest in South Africa. In Hawaii, they have a population of 25,000 deer on an island of 3,000 people. They kill 6,000 deer a year, and they're not even trying to eradicate them. They're just trying to keep the numbers down. That's a problem. We don't have a problem here in Woodland Park. I clarified with wildlife agents. This was brought to wildlife agents by none other than Chief Miles DeYoung, who isn't here today, but he is the one who forced and started this initiative to hunt deer. Commander Holsworth is sitting here. I don't know why Chief isn't here. I wasn't clear on Carol Harvey until you explained, so I hope The chief hasn't resigned, but he wasn't here, but he is the first one to go to wildlife agents. This wasn't an issue that came from wildlife agents to us. The Chief Miles DeYoung went there, and the main thing was safety and security. To this very date in Teller County, no one has had lethal injuries caused by a wildlife accident, nor has there been serious injuries to date, unless that's changed in the last few weeks, that someone's been seriously injured in a car accident with wildlife. There has been property damage. Everyone on council lives within 0.8 miles of the forest. Some of them live, Hillary LaBar, Val Carr, live within feet of the forest. And Mayor, you live about 825 yards away. Thanks to the Onyx app, you can figure all that out. We live in the middle of national forest. Sometimes deer travel 100 miles, and the first asphalt they see is Woodland Park. We have to slow down. We have to slow down. There are places like Crowclough, New Mexico, a village at 8,500 feet, 700 people. My dad was a sheriff's officer there for 13 years, and I went on many ride-alongs with him where we picked up the elk. And I said, Dad, do they cull elk more and more? He says, we protect our elk. Estes Park protects their wildlife. They could care less if your plants get eaten, and they will ticket you if you honk at a deer.
Michael, you got 25 seconds.
There are a lot of people that love mule deer. I would encourage Woodland Park to embrace their mule deer, create a mule deer festival, shoot a few deer and feed a few people at that festival, and have a tourist attraction around the mule deer. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, after Bob, then we'll go with Nan.
Thank you again. I just wanted to say we were traveling through Evergreen down 67, and it turns into I think 285 or something like that. Hardly any signs, right? But there was one that was the sign with the flashing light on top that got my attention like that. We passed another one, didn't have that. I didn't even notice it.
I can't quite
I didn't notice the signs that don't have the flashing lights on them. I did notice the one, and then my wife said, did you notice that one? I said, I didn't even see it. Talking about watch for wildlife. So I just think if we have more signage and more flashing lights, draws attention, that can be a real key for us, and coexisting with the deer. So thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, after Nan, we'll go to Tim Galvin. Tim's still here? There he is. Okay, Nan.
I can see this is an issue. My name's Nanette Piercefield, and I live in Woodland Park. Studies show, basically, I guess I'm making a plea to basically kind of beg the city council to side for more time for this. Studies show that there's several root conflicts between deer and people. This is old, probably after hearing our presentations, but I'm just trying to really drive it home. One is the suburban development, and that makes all kinds of sense. More and more housing is being built in Woodland Park, and wildlife feeding is a huge thing. People feed the deer, they're going to come in. I know I personally used to feed the deer, erroneously, apples, not knowing, and we had 8 deer every morning in our yard. We don't do that anymore. We don't have the deer anymore. Clashing values and perceptions. People vary in their values, perceptions and attitudes towards deer. Hunters, wildlife watchers, animal advocates, and deer feeders relate to deer differently. As a result, residents will differ in their views on how deer issues should be handled, on what the conflict is, and even if one exists. And so, again, kind of going to the cultural carrying capacity, that basically is so subjective. That's saying that you, Paul, may feel like there's too many deers, where me, Nan, feels like wow, I love wildlife. I could see 25 in my yard and it wouldn't bother me. So it's very, very subjective. It's hard to measure. And I guess like Tim Kronig's boss said, Frank McGee, quote, it comes down to what the people want. So really, if the city council cannot make an exclusive decision, I feel like it should go on a ballot for the people. And another question I have is, if this is a priority for the Woodland Park City, why has there not ever been any money in the budget? And in fact, in the paper that was issued last week, the Courier, there was the proposals for the 2020 budget, yet I know it's not finalized, but there was no mention of this being any kind of a priority, which basically says to me that it isn't a priority, that we should allow more time. I mean, I understand, you know, the city salaries and the server and the truck and some other items were listed as priorities, but this was not even listed as one.
Ms. Piercefield, your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much. I was done. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Robert Haas. Is he still here? He is. Mr. Galvin, welcome.
Tim Galvin, live in Woodland Park for over 33 years. It's been said tonight that the deer belong to us. I would like to have mine removed. I didn't hear that we were trying to eliminate the deer in Woodland Park, but at the same time, are we waiting for that fatality? Is that what's going to swing everyone over? Let's just keep having the accidents. This summer I saw a really nice SUV with a huge smashed-in window on 67. I don't think that was from a pine cone. So we are our own enemies. We don't honk at the deer. When fawns are born, I've been here 33 years, I've seen a few deer born, and when fawns are born, if you drive by them, I mean, they're over the fence. The mother's still right there, but they're over the fence. Give them 3 months, and they'll maybe move off a little bit. Give them 6 months, and they hardly move. The doe, the mother, doesn't even bat an ear. And people, we're enablers. We stop to let the deer cross like they have a crosswalk that I didn't see. We are enabling, we're training the deer. Deer are very adaptable. The reason I know is because we've tried, I won't say every garden flower deer repellent, but we've tried most of them, and it works the first time. After that, they love the little bag of the soap. They love, after the first year, they love human hair. Every year we have to try a new deer repellent because they've adapted to the other one. Plus, deer repellent gets washed off of the flowers, you know. So we do have property values. I don't know any of the deer that are on my property that pay my house mortgage or my property taxes. Why are they seeming to get greater press than me? So I guess we'll wait till we have a fatality, and then we might have a problem. I think you need to address it now. I think the gentleman that spoke to the legislation, I think that's worth considering. You could end up putting yourself ahead of the cart, maybe. I don't know. But I think that's worth considering. But we have a problem, and I don't care who asks the question. We have a problem. I've been here 33 years. I can tell you we have a problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Okay, after Bob, we've got Claudia Miller.
Mayor, leading City Council, thank you for allowing us to voice our opinions. I retired in 2017, moved from Fort Worth, never saw a deer. We found Woodland Park by accident, coming back from a ski trip, going to a job interview in Colorado Springs. Fell in love with this place, fell in love with the wildlife. And I just want to let you know I'm against hunting the deer. I think we should try non-lethal ways first, and also let the voters vote on this to see if it's something they want to pursue on the lethal end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, before you start, Claudia, Nancy Alanzer, is that correct? Thank you. Sorry, Nancy Glanzer. I can't read, Nance, I'm sorry.
We have sort of tunnel crossings in two different areas for people, but there are no corridors, anywhere on those highways for deer. And so if we have maybe 300 deer and we take out 30, we have 270 left. And it seems that the logical thing would be is to find a place for them to cross. I think that's a real issue. And there was something also on the mule deer wasting disease. As far as I know, there haven't been any reports of that within our city deer, and I think they're now starting to try and study that more. But I think the idea that we have a major problem with wasting disease is not accurate. So maybe that needs to be considered.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Nance, before you go, I don't have anybody else signed up. Anybody in the room would like to speak? Great. Then I'm going to start over here on the left, and since I don't have your name up front on the left, wherever that hand was, if they can see me, and if you will continue to come forward. So, Dan, you can follow Nancy, and we'll go from there. Just know if you're next in line to please come up to the podium to stand in line. Thank you, Nancy.
My name is Nancy Glanzer. I'm a 40-plus year resident of Teller County, and initially first in Woodland Park. I would thank you for having the public speak tonight, and I would plead with the City Council to please, again, let's err on the side of waiting until we get more data, more information. And I have seen Woodland Park change, and we first moved here, there were no traffic lights in Woodland Park along Highway 24. Now there's 5 or 6. And I agree that education is the cornerstone of, and especially for the future generations. We have to think long term, not so short term, and just by eliminating 30 deer and so forth. My life's passion and work has been in the spay-neuter to stop the pet overpopulation, specifically with cats, for 40 years in this county, before we had cats at the animal shelter and so forth. And what I have discovered over the 40-some plus years of working in animal advocacy and in spay-neuter work and pet sterilization, like I tell everyone, we are in a war with nature, and even with the pet overpopulation problem. And it's going to be the same with the deer, with the wildlife, and so forth, that if they're finding that there's too many here in the city, and so forth. And nature always wins. Nature always wins. And so you may take out 30 this year, and I don't know what the program plans are for killing. And that's another point. I really have a hard time with the wildlife officials and anyone that's the pro-kill of the animal, of the wildlife, or even just hunters. They always use the words call, harvest. The man from Divide tonight, I didn't hear him once use the word kill the animals. And we have to think about what we're doing to the animal, but the wildlife people seem to, and the pro-kill people seem to think that if you say the word kill, then they're not going to achieve their goals.
Nancy, you have 20 seconds.
And so again, I would really plead with the council to please consider long-term, let's get more evidence and so forth, so we don't make the wrong decision. And the deer are not the criminal. We are giving them the death penalty, and they are not the criminals.
Thank you. I have somebody in line behind Dan.
Okay. Tonight, listened to a lot of different opinions. Respect them all, point blank. Everybody has a different opinion. We live in a society. fought for by brave men and women so we can all disagree on things as trivial or as non-trivial as a deer hunt in Woodland Park. So I would just respect the fact that everybody has an opinion. My question to the City Council is, what's your answer to Bonnie Subner? Her husband spent 6 weeks in the ICU after hitting a deer on Highway 67 by the golf course. So prior to Mr. Dalton's claim that no one's been seriously injured, not true. We haven't had the data to collect it. But I got reached out to on Facebook in July that you had a resident who spent 6 weeks in ICU recovering, who is still recovering, who didn't want to come here tonight because of the dirtiness of the politics and because of the things that get on Facebook by people in this room. And I think that's a shame, because everybody should have an opinion and should be respected for their opinion. I've heard it said, let's wait for Colorado to come up with a plan. When has anybody in this room ever known big government to be better than little government? The answer is never. Never. To do nothing, I think, is irresponsible. To wait until someone dies, I think, is irresponsible. And that's why you are on the City Council, that's why you're the mayor. These are your tough decisions to make. But to do nothing, to wait until someone gets hurt, to wait until someone gets killed, is completely the wrong answer. And we're putting wildlife in front of human lives, and I would be completely against that.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's next?
I'm John Schaefer. I've been up here in Woodland Park for 30 years, and this is the third meeting that I came to when it started in 2017. We're here to get solutions, and I think Dan laid everything out pretty much on the line on how we can get solutions to the deer population in Woodland Park. I've seen the deer population over triple since I've been here in the 30 years that I've been here. Kim, the game warden, he talked to us in 2017. We haven't got any answers. We need answers from City Council. Why are we want to wait? Just like Dan said, you know, if we keep waiting on this, the deer population is just going to grow that much more. Another thing that wasn't really brought up, you're going to have an increase of mountain lion population. And then when that mountain lions start killing your pets, and then your kids, then who are you going to answer to? So, you know, it's not a matter of, somebody said, killing the deer. Well, the proper name is harvesting a deer, or harvesting any kind of animals. And that's not what we're here for. We're here to take care of the community. And if the deer population is going to increase, and we get more chronic wasting disease, and we get more mountain lions in the area, and more other predators like coyotes and so forth, then people's pets are going to be endangered as well. So I think that we just need to listen to the solutions that was put out there. I think Dan put out some good solutions. I think DPW has good solutions. They've used this before in Elizabeth. They used it in Buena Vista, and it is working. Why don't we try it here and see how it works in Woodland Park? If we don't give it a try, we don't know how it's going to happen, and it's going to be long term. It's not going to happen overnight, and that's why we need to start making a decision and getting some answers of where we're going to go with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Frank Wolf, and I'm a Teller County resident. I would like to speak on behalf of hunters, the hunters that I know. I've hunted for a good portion of my life. The hunters that I know, there's bad apples in every group, but the hunters that I know, they don't take unethical shots. They take shots that they can make. They take shots that are reasonable, that are ethical. They try to make every single attempt to take an animal down as quickly as possible, make a clean kill. Those are the hunters that I know. I know that if you guys went and put hunters through the qualification process, those are the types of hunters that you're going to get. So that's who I'm speaking on behalf of. I don't represent any organization or anything like that. I'm just represent myself and the other hunters that I've hunted with, and also the other people that I know that hunt. I agree that with additional deer population comes additional predators. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I sent Tim over here, I sent him a picture of some scat that I saw in my yard, and he verified that it was a mountain lion scat. I've got small kids. That's the last thing that I want to have happen to my children is to be attacked by an animal because we've got additional predators coming in the area. I fully believe that the hunt plan is the best way to go. I think that's cost effective for the city and for our community, and it's just proven results in other areas where that's been implemented. So I think that's a good idea. I think the real travesty would be to continue to let deer die needlessly in car wrecks, car accidents, and I especially don't want to see the spread of chronic wasting disease. That right there takes a terrible toll on the animals. That's not, from an ethical standpoint, that's not ethical to let animals die that way or through car accidents. So I would, in my opinion, I think the city council should approve the deer hunt plan. I speak on behalf of hunters. I know hunters are ethical. I know that they do a good job. I know that they don't take shots that they can't make. So that's my stance.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Alex Paul. I've lived in Teller County on and off for the last 45 or so years. 10 years the last straight stretch. I'd like to encourage the council to consider a multifaceted approach to this problem, and that would include as many of the non-lethal options that are sensible for us here. I have a question about the hunt. What I understood was said was and I'll say major portion of the huntable area will be in the National Forest. Is that correct? Yes. Then my question is, why couldn't that simply be done by increasing the deer tags given to local hunters, citizens to hunt in the National Forest?
We'll ask Mr. Kronig.
All I'm doing is bringing that up, and that's something the council should consider when they get considered. And the other thing I guess I would say is I would not like to characterize this as a war against deer, but the old adage is the best battle plan goes out the window when the first arrow is shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, before you come forward, where's Tim? Is he still here? Oh, thank you. I couldn't see you. Can you answer his question for us, Tim?
Yeah, so I think part of it is, as you saw in that map, there's a lot of national forest that is included in there, but we also would want to hunt deer within city limits under that management plan. And the reason for that is you would be harvesting some of those deer, but you're also going to be changing their behavior when you start hunting them, so they will have their behavior changed as well. I'd just like to point out tonight that Julie Stiver, our terrestrial biologist, has made the trip up here in her time. She's extremely busy, and I just want to let you know that she's here as well if we have other questions.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Julie. Appreciate it. Okay.
Hello, my name is Mike Nault. I live in Woodland Park, and thanks for staying all night. It's been a long night. I think I'm on my third wind. So when I moved here, I moved here with my beautiful wife Tammy 18 years ago, and when we were looking for houses, we got this little pamphlet, and I think it came from one of the realtors, and it was pretty much involved living in a rural area, and it was more of a rural area back then than it is now. It's become a lot more busy. And I think I read that thing like 10 times. And so I come down heavily on the side of education, putting up some signs, and delaying the lethal hunt. I think that I appreciate all the input. Everybody's done a really good job. I can see both sides, but just for me, educating people on what it's really like to live in a national forest, which is really where we live, in a national forest. And it's not like living in the city, just like living in the city isn't like living in the national forest. And letting people know what they're getting into, and there's an element of personal responsibility too, when you make the choice to move up here and to live where there are bear. We have bear come through our yard. There are deer. There are, sorry about the noise. There are mountain lions. I've seen coyotes on hikes. So there are, this is the world that we live in this area, and I personally think it's awesome. And so I'd like to keep it that way. Keeping in mind, I understand the concern with people with children, the concern of drivers. I drive. I don't see these signs anywhere. Maybe they are around here, but I haven't seen anything. So I do think a phased-in approach wouldn't be a bad idea. Thanks a lot for your time, and thanks for staying here.
Thank you. Before you start, sir, I only see one other person. Is there anyone else in the audience at this point?
I have questions for the terrestrial biologist that we haven't been able to address yet.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
My name is Dan Archer. I moved up here 12 years ago because we loved the city. It was small, and we loved the deer. The only thing I haven't heard anybody say, other than the signs that were put up, how many accidents are from people on their cell phones? How come we don't have signs that other cities have, no cell phones between here and here? I believe not 100% of these deer accidents are deers running in front of a car. I think people are not paying attention, and most of them are on their cell phones. Thank you. If there was any way that you could, if you decided to go with the precaution first and put the signs up with yellow flashing lights, I mean, if someone breaks the law, write them a $700 ticket for being on their phone. I'm sure they'll stop being on their phone. And I want to ask the hunter a question. Can you tell me that every shot is a kill? I just want a yes or no answer.
Are you asking me, sir?
Yes, sir.
I can guarantee it with our organization because
Excuse me, you're just going to have to come up here so we can get you on the microphone.
I just want to make sure if you shoot a deer, it doesn't have to run 100 yards bleeding before he stops.
Your question is if I can guarantee it, I can. We use two-person integrity. The first person is an archer. He is tested. Me, I'm a level 2 archery instructor. I teach Paralympic archery. I'm nocked. I have an arrow in the quiver, ready, or on the bowstring, ready to go. My wounded loss ratio is 0. I don't lose deer.
Are you going to be at every?
Yes, sir.
Every person that hunts, you're going to be with them?
Yes, sir. That is the requirement that we made the agreement with the city council, that our requirement is I will be there, and I have 6 other level 2 archers.
Okay, so you won't be there every time someone's hunting in a cell.
A level 2 archer will always be there, a qualified individual, but again, the archer will be tested.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You bet.
The other question I had is, have they done a survey on drunk drivers hitting deers? Could you answer that question?
Yeah, we haven't. We don't have data on that at all.
So no survey on how many drunk drivers hit deer?
No, sir.
What a bummer. Throw them in jail.
Thank you, sir. Is it
Carry
Gary?
back with a question.
Okay.
What is the target or healthy population for this area? Anybody know?
Well, we'll get the answer to that. Tim or Julie?
Can I ask another question so they can answer one on one?
You may.
There's some folks in line.
I just want to know the number of deer that have been tested for chronic wasting disease in this city limits, and out of those, what are the number that has come back positive, and when we, and I may have missed it, but implementing those tests in some of the vehicle collision deer that are dying, just to see if we actually have a problem with chronic wasting inside the city limits.
Thank you, sir. Julie, you want to come up and answer that, or Tim? Both.
Additional questions?
For Tim or Julie? Doesn't look like it.
I guess a couple other ones that have come up tonight that I'll bring up. There was a claim that during the harvest time period that the does would be pregnant. If we could clarify on that. You may also just touch on, because this is an advocate, the CTPW has advocated for harvest. If you could talk about the efficacy of the harvest and any other issues that potentially impact that, like migration and compensatory reproduction, those things that come up, those questions, and just talk about that if you could. Again, I know that's been discussed many times over the last few years, but if you could discuss that. That's it for right now, I guess.
Okay, Julie Stiver, and I don't live in Woodland Park. I'm a wildlife biologist for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and I've been in this position for over 11 years, and I have a master's degree in biology and a bachelor's degree in fisheries and wildlife management. As far as the number of deer tested for chronic wasting disease within the city limits, I don't believe we've had any tested for chronic wasting disease, but we manage deer on population levels, and the population of deer in Woodland Park actually includes the area from Fort Carson and down towards Canyon City into Colorado Springs and then up towards the Divide area. Right now, in that population, we have estimates of over 10% of the deer have chronic wasting disease, but that's based on testing that's been done heavily in the Fort Carson area. This year, we are starting a more comprehensive program, and our goal is to test 300 deer within that entire grouping of units to get a much better estimate of what chronic wasting disease looks like. As far as the question of one of the things that's come up is whether we have a closed population of deer here in Woodland Park, and we've talked about what the home ranges are. One thing we're finding from radio collared studies around the state that have been done is that deer that appear to be urban may not necessarily stay in urban areas. We've had animals that are in Buena Vista that actually go up to Leadville, and we've had deer that were caught in Buena Vista in the town that went and had their fawns up in the cemetery in Leadville. So deer do move around. We anticipate that this population moves around as well, and so this is not a closed population of deer that we have in here, and I think we've addressed that. As far as the question of what is a healthy population, when we talk about deer health, that's a question that's hard to define because everyone has a different perspective on that. When we talk about healthy deer populations from a population perspective, what we're looking at oftentimes is, do we see deer starving during the winter? Is it something that, are we concerned about deer reaching their biological carrying capacity and having starvation issues? That's one way to look at what a healthy deer population is. Another way to look at healthy populations is the level of disease and injuries that you're seeing within a population. And if we see a significant number of injuries and disease, then you may consider that to be an unhealthy population. The question here in Woodland Park of what is a healthy deer population, we as Colorado Parks and Wildlife managers are charged with managing and advising the people's deer. And that really is a question, I think, for you guys to define of what you want to see. There are certainly a tremendous number of injuries that happen to deer in this city. We see diseases that come in when we have high densities of deer in areas, and so that question is really something that I'm going to put back on you guys as citizens to define of what we anticipate is a healthy deer population. Tim, is there something that you want to add to that in here? Okay.
Rose?
Can you please answer the question about...
Rose, if you want to make a comment or a question, then come... It's okay. I still need you to come forward. Kelly?
I just want to ask you about the fawns and when they are, during our suggested time frame, December 15th to the end of January, will they be carrying fawns?
Yeah, the rut that happens in mule deer is going to be in late November, and that's when we anticipate that the deer would become pregnant, would be in late November. Okay. Have I answered that question?
And what is the gestation period?
It's about 6 months.
Thank you.
Yeah, so they would, if for deer that are pregnant impregnated in November, we expect a May to June birth rate for that.
Thank you.
And that.
Rose, do you have a...
Rose, do you want to come up? Apparently everybody knows I'm Rose.
Yeah. Rose Long, Woodland Park. I was just wondering if you could explain how you set population objectives for the rest of the DAU surrounding Woodland Park.
Okay, so what Rose referred to, a DAU is a data analysis unit, and it's the fancy term that we've come up with to define our herds. And what we look at is we try to draw the boundaries of a DAU that is, it's a comprehensive grouping of units that we put together that encompasses the entire seasonal range of a population of deer. And we have some very good unit boundaries that we've defined based on radio collar studies, and actually one of those is a unit that's just to the west of here that we call D16. We have a lot of radio collar deer, and we know where they migrate during the summer and then during the winter, and we're able to draw the boundaries around that herd. So we try to encompass that entire grouping of units in there. When we define a population objective for a data analysis unit, what we do is we first of all try to match the biological capabilities of the landscape with the deer herd. But then we also go out and do a comprehensive stakeholder process where we ask the citizens what they want to see for deer populations in certain areas. In some cases, we look at population objectives that are below what the biological carrying capacity would be for an area, because we may have things that we're concerned about, like game damage. So in places where elk may be getting into hay meadows or things like that, that's actually something that we as an agency are liable for. And so we may have to set a population objective that's below what the biological capabilities are. So what we do is we look at that biological data, and then we go out and we talk to stakeholders. And when we talk to stakeholders, we're talking to hunters, we're talking to city councils, we're talking to local chambers of commerce, that people that are all affected by these things. We talk to the public land management agencies, and we try to come up with an objective that meets that entire stakeholder process, because like I said, we're the stewards of wildlife, and it's the citizens of the state that own that wildlife, and so that's how we set that objective. Have I answered that question for you guys and in there? So it's a stakeholder process that's not dissimilar from what we've done here. Yes?
What I don't understand is, you're the expert, the biologist. You understand the herds, the movement of the herds, and migration.
Yep.
You understand when they're pregnant, when they're not. How can it be the people to determine a healthy herd without your professional knowledge and input to us so that we can digest it? Do we have a healthy herd in Woodland Park, or are we at a point where we have more deer than we should have?
Yeah. So that's a very good question, and thank you for asking, because it's something that I actually struggle with to try to figure out where to place this. When I'm looking at healthy herds in these situations, I want to look at things like number of injuries and the disease issues and chronic wasting disease. And the level of, from my professional opinion, the Woodland Park deer population is higher than what I would see in the ex-urban areas that are outside of this area. We're starting to see some levels of ectoparasites, so ticks and other creepy crawlies, that are much higher on the deer here in town than we see in deer that are outside of the area. We're also getting reports of deer that are in poor body condition. Those would all be indications to me that the deer are above probably some level that you would define as healthy. When we talk about the social carrying capacity, that level is typically below the level where we would see these disease issues popping up and where we would see the ectoparasites coming in, things like that. So if we were to manage towards the social carrying capacity, we would reduce that number of deer to a point where I think that we would see the deer health improve. From a chronic wasting disease perspective, what we found is we've had several populations in the state that had fairly low levels of chronic wasting disease that we didn't manage. And when we manage chronic wasting disease, we want to look at reducing population densities. What we've seen in those populations is that the chronic wasting disease has exploded. There's deer populations up in the Craig area right now that had chronic wasting disease levels below about 5% 10 or 15 years ago, and they're now approaching 20% in those areas. So at this point, I think that we are above a carrying capacity issue where we're talking about some of these disease type issues, and if we were to manage towards that social carrying capacity, then we would probably start to see an improvement of the health in the deer. Now, to speak to the question of why we go out to the citizens in this, and I know that we're late into the evening, and so I didn't want to get too far into this, but we have what we call in the United States is the North American Model of Wildlife Management. And there's a lot of tenets of it, but the basic premise of that was that when we formed this country, we didn't want to see a situation where the crown or the nobility were the ones who were managing the wildlife. And we, as a democracy, when we were formed, we wanted to see the people manage the wildlife and that the people were the owners of the wildlife. So that's a tenet of our foundation as a wildlife agency. And we actually have a citizen board called our Wildlife Commission that's appointed by the governor that is our representatives, all of our citizens' representatives to manage the wildlife. And so when I came to you and said, I want you to give us that, it's because I believe very strongly that the people own the wildlife and we're just stewards of it. And there. So.
Thank you, Julie.
It's our obligation to work and manage our deer. It's a God-given responsibility.
Yep.
Your expertise on how deer move and develop through pregnancies and everything else is what I was looking for.
Yeah.
And I don't believe we are a nation of a royal crown trying to dictate. I just want the understanding. It looks like we do have a poor herd, and it's getting injured, and it's not looking so good. And we have some beautiful, majestic deer in Pikes Peak area here. I love them. So does my wife. But we have to manage them, and we have to manage them correctly so we can have this resource for as long as we're here. And that's what I was looking for. You answered my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
I understand what you said.
Julie, I'm going to allow the last three folks, it looks like.
Okay.
You have questions for her? Yes. Okay, let's hear them. Okay. If you come to the...
speak into the microphone.
Kelly Ball, Woodland Park. It's kind of been glossed over. How many cases of chronic wasting disease have been found in Woodland Park?
So, again, we have not looked, and because we haven't looked, we haven't found any cases at this point.
But we've heard that there's been testing.
There has been testing in the entire grouping of units, and so that the population of deer that is included in this area, we estimate that it's about 4,600 deer, and that includes the Air Force Academy, Fort Carson, the area to the south of Pikes Peak, and then things to basically the South Platte River and up to the Douglas County line. And we're seeing down, especially in the Fort Carson area, very, very high rates. It's in the 15 to 20% of the adult bucks that we're testing. And there's in Woodland Park we haven't tested, and that's something that we're no.
Michael.
Yep. So it's like I said, we manage the deer on a population level, and we don't have a lot of samples from this area. We have I'd have to go back and look at, it would have taken quite a number of days to go through and plot out where all of the samples have come from. We have had a positive animal that came from the west side of Colorado Springs. We've had positive animals within this grouping, this unit here, which we call 511. I don't exactly remember where it came from, but this is not a closed population of deer. They come from outside. So no, we haven't tested exactly in Woodland Park. We would love to get some disease testing, but
Excuse me.
Yes.
We're not going to have a conversation there.
Yeah, so I think that,
At least talk into the
wanna come
microphone
up
so
to-
we can all hear you.
Yep. So I think some of the confusion comes from, it's not from hunter harvest where it normally would come from, is a deer that was sickly, likely had some sort of disease, salivating at the mouth, emaciated to the point where I can see the ribs and the hip bones clear as day. You could basically see the skeleton. Those are all signs of chronic wasting disease. So in at least one, I think 2 deer potentially, we did send those up for testing, and I do think they did come back negative.
Thank you, Tim.
So I'm just clarifying, there were none in Woodland Park so far that have tested positive for chronic wasting disease, correct?
Yes, that is correct. But I think what Julie is also alluding to is we don't have a very large sample size. If you start looking for deer that potentially have chronic wasting disease, then I think you very likely would find it.
Hopefully with the testing, we will find it this year. I just want to say, first of all, that I come from a hunting family. And although I am not a hunter, my father bow and arrow hunts, my mother at one time did, and so I'm very familiar with all this. We moved here, one of the reasons was because of the wildlife. I have a severely disabled brother who doesn't often get to leave the house. I mean, he does, he's out in the community, but at home, he gets to look out the windows. He's in a wheelchair. And so the deer for him are a very special part of this. And after that, there's bear, there's mountain lion. I mean, it'll just go on. We've already seen it on social media where people are saying, well, what about the raccoons? What about the fox? It'll just be a cascading effect once we start killing wildlife. What I would like to see is the no feeding ordinance really implemented. I mean, really, while I would appreciate myself being allowed a courtesy cautionary ticket or warning if I had just moved here, the people who live here need to be ticketed. And the education needs to come from that. There's been very little education that's been done. It's been kind of hit and miss. Colorado Parks and Wildlife, you guys have done some at booths, but I would like to see that for every resident that moves into this town. And the realtors, you guys have access to those people, and probably the city does as well. People who sign up for electric, send them out something about no feeding. The other thing is, I think that as I went, because the garden tour was very much my passion or excitement to get that started, and I'm sorry, I'm getting nervous.
You've got 1 minute left.
Okay, I'll hurry. There are just some incredible gardens in this town where people have managed to find a way to coexist with the deer and create oases in their yard. I've been shocked at what I've seen. And that's from riding my bike around and talking to people that look like they garden and just asking what they feel about the deer. They first say they hate the deer, they eat all their plants, and then they take me in their backyard and show me what they've done. And they really don't want the deer gone. So I feel like education is first, and that the public has very unrealistic, some of the public has very unrealistic expectations of what the deer will and won't do. When you have someone say that they're going to eat my grass, I'm sorry, deer are going to eat grass.
And I'm sorry you're out of time.
Okay, may I ask one question?
You can in 1 minute.
Okay.
Council, we're approaching 11 o'clock. We need a motion to a particular time. I would recommend that
11:05.
So we don't have to do this more than once. How about a motion to extend to 11:45?
I'll move to Do I have microphone?
We don't have to go that long, but that will allow us to go that far without having to make another motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:45.
And do we have a second?
I'll second that, but I'd like to get some time where, the community can see how we
You're
look
going to have
at
that
this
time.
issue.
As
I
soon
feel like
as we're done with the community, we'll go to the council. Suzanne?
Sawyer,
yes.
Carr,
No.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Levy,
Yes.
Sonier.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-1.
Okay, who's next?
Just had two questions for the biologist. One, Woodland Park is in GMU 511, which is tested positive for chronic wasting disease. The question I have is, chronic wasting disease does it spread faster through higher densities of deer population? That's my first question. And then the second question is, could you describe what chronic wasting disease does to a mule deer? And is it something that's curable, or is it something that's not curable? And what's the process involved there?
Okay, again, Julie Stiver, wildlife biologist for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We do believe that there is a density component to chronic wasting disease. At higher densities, the population will grow, the rate of the disease grows in higher densities, and that's been detailed in some reports that have been put out by the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And then the process, chronic wasting disease is a fatal neurological disease that is not curable. What happens is that a deer will become infected with the disease, and it starts to form holes in the brain. And sorry to be graphic, but it's called a spongiform encephalopathy, and spongiform, that's a brain disease that causes holes. The deer will eventually start to waste away. They become very lethargic. They can't eat, and they eventually will die from the disease. And I'll use the term, they die from the disease. And then once they're in the environment, the disease-causing agent is called a prion, and it's a malformed protein that will persist in the environment for extended periods of time. It can't be killed with your normal ways that you would kill viruses or bacteria, which would be things through like heating food, or through bleach doesn't necessarily kill it, and so it persists in the environment and actually will bind to soils and be in the environment for a long time after that animal passes away.
Thank you. No, sir. I'm going to limit this discussion to 10 more minutes, because just about everyone spoke. I'm going to let the couple of people that haven't had a chance to come forward, and we need to move forward. Randy, you've had a chance. There's a couple. You have a question? Come right up.
Hello, my name's Randy Matthews. I live, I guess, not technically, my address is Woodland Park, but I live on top of Bluebird Hill. And like many of you, I've moved to Colorado about 26 years ago for the wildlife. I'm an avid outdoorsman, so maybe a little different reason than a lot of you moved here. But I do a lot of hunting and fishing and camping and backpacking, and that's what brought me to Colorado. And I want to share a little bit about our team. I'm co-chair on the herd management team with Dan, and I want you to know that we have a very solid team of professionals, of biologists and forest people that have master's and bachelor's degrees. We work closely with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, local experts in this area, and I believe that the management plan that we put together is a very solid management plan. Me personally, I don't care if it goes through or not, because I'm not looking to go hunting. I think some people get the impression that, we're a bunch of bloodthirsty animal killers, and I know Dan himself, he's not really interested in participating in the hunt. We wanted to present a sound management plan that, if it were implemented, that would be a good plan for the city, and minimal cost to the city and hopefully highly effective. There was comments made, questions asked about wounding animals. Like I said, I'm an avid outdoorsman. I'm an avid archer. Been hunting, shooting bows since I was 6 years old. I practice very hard. In fact, before I came to the meeting tonight, I was practicing with my bow because I'm leaving tomorrow to go elk hunting. A good friend of mine that's in the meeting tonight, avid archer, he happened to shoot an elk yesterday. It went 10 steps and it fell over. So yes, there are times when archery shots can be made, and we're all human. The only perfect person that I've ever heard of was crucified. The rest of us, we make mistakes sometimes. But we put this plan together in a way that we feel like it will minimize those chances for us to make those mistakes and have a wounded deer get away. A little bit about me, myself, is...
Randy, you got 30 seconds.
30 seconds? Okay. Well, I came from a long tradition of hunting, fishing, and camping with my dad and my granddad, and I'll pass that on to my kids. I think there's a lot of value in parents, fathers particularly, spending that one-on-one time with their kids in the outdoors and just seeing the whole process, an animal dying and being butchered and going to the table and feeding your family, and we've eaten everything that we've harvested, opposed to kids that grow up in the city and they go to McDonald's and they have no idea where that hamburger came from or what animals were sacrificed.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Alicia Graves, and I'm a citizen of Teller County. Just wanted to make a couple points, and I think it's the council brought two teams together for a comprehensive plan on how to limit the deer in this town because it is a problem. We heard statistics from the harvest team of the cost and the deficiency that it would make in the deer population. And I just had a question as to, we didn't really hear what it would cost for the education piece, for the signs, for all of that. You did? Okay, I'll go back and look at that. How many signs, where they're going to be put, and then also to that is, this man back here had made a comment, if every shot would be a kill immediately, or at least that's what I'm assuming. And I think the real question is this is about our community. This is about our children and our grandparents and everyone that lives here. Safety of our community should become before any deer. And the real question is can you guys say that any deer that jumps out in front of a vehicle is not going to be a fatal accident? It's not about whether it's going to be a one-shot kill for a deer. Are we going to lose a neighbor, a child? My 16-year-old, 17-year-old just turned 17 2 days ago and is going to get her license. This is a bigger issue than just killing the deer. I love animals. You can ask my husband. I make him stop on the side of the road to see baby cows. I love them, but I love people more.
Thank you. This looks like this is our last person. Oh, we have one more. I'm sorry. Okay, young lady.
Thank you. I couldn't reach it. Linda Martin, Teller County. First question, will the non-lethal committee be able to present their entire presentation? It was cut short by at least 20 slides because Councilwoman Harvey said that it was propaganda, political propaganda. So, are we allowed to present the entire presentation?
Well, they were given that opportunity, and I don't know what the prior conversation was, but we have the whole presentation, and it is online right now, so people can see it.
So
we're not going to hear it tonight.
No. It is not the revised presentation missing at least 20 slides.
I couldn't tell you that. But you can ask Claudia to be sure we get that whole presentation to Suzanne, and we'll make sure it gets online.
So I would assume the council would review that presentation before they make a vote.
Possibly. We've heard a lot of the information. I know there may be other slides that we haven't heard. There's a lot of information we have. We have to deal with what we've heard tonight.
Yes, sir. Mine is actually short, so that I don't cry in front of all of you again. I have just a couple of quotes that I thought were very interesting. City Councilman Paul, Saunier, thank you very much. In the September 5th meeting of the City Council, you said this: "The country was built on morals and values. I speak my heart up here. It's what you have in your heart that's going to come out of your mouth."
That's exactly right.
Yes, sir. I have this. It's a quote that I'm sure people can't see from here, but it's this picture, and it comes from the Facebook page of Councilwoman Case, and it says, "Each and every animal on earth has a right to be here with you and me." Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I almost started crying.
Okay, we get our last contestant.
Last, I hope not least, Cecilia Martin. I built my house here in 1984. I guess I'd like to just draw our attention to the fact that we've heard we have a mule deer problem. It's a problem. Is it overpopulation? Is it chronic wasting disease? Is it the fact that they're a nuisance? Is it the fact that we have way too many auto deer accidents for a city that is traversed by 11 million cars a year? We've not made a good case for any of them. I don't see statistically where we've measured the problem. How are we going to define it? How are we going to measure its success once we implement whatever we decide on? We can't. Not at this point. The other thing that I'd like to say is the fact that the Colorado Parks and Wildlife website, there's a report on there that suggests that the mule deer population statewide of the recent 5 herds that were measured in 2019 is 20 to 25% below the target level for the state. So I keep hearing we have a problem, but if you go to the Parks and Wildlife website, they're saying we're underpopulated. So there's a conflict here. I don't know why. We've not considered appropriately the impact that the droughts and the fires have had on our deer population. Are the numbers statewide lower because deer are being driven into the urban areas? I don't know. But I don't think anybody does, and we're not looking at it. So we did do a 2019 deer population survey in Woodland Park on a day where the deer were all hiding. So instead of rescheduling that survey so that we could get accurate numbers to base decisions upon, we decided just to assume that the deer were there.
You got 15 seconds.
Okay. So I would support additional tags being issued in areas 511 and 59, especially if safety is truly our primary concern, the safety of residents in Woodland Park.
Thank you. Thank you. Council, do we have any other questions for the biologist? Anything else we need to discuss before we start our part of the program?
So I can answer some of the questions that have come up tonight in terms of budget priorities, some things again, just for the education of the community.
Okay, let's be sure they can hear you.
Sure. Okay. So, there was a question about taking this to a vote of the people. In terms of taking to the vote of the people, there is obviously. I can let Jason kind of elaborate more on that process. But in terms of cost, typically one of our elections, depending on what would occur, would be about $18,000 to our community for a single subject, I believe. If it were a coordinated election, it could be more. It depends on how big the ballot is. But this could technically be a ballot issue, right? It could be some ballot. Yeah. In terms of budget priorities, this was brought to my attention in terms of how much funding we should potentially set aside, and so we're still right in the middle of the budget deliberations right now, trying to determine how much revenues would be available to do purchase capital outlay, essentially, and this could be one of those. My only concern is we haven't had a really in-depth discussion about the efficacy of specific signage. I've seen different studies that show stationary signs are not nearly as effective, and sometimes not effective at all, whereas very light and active signs are much more effective. So that more of a discussion would have to be had, I think, in terms of what we would want to spend as a city to make sure what we're funding is truly effective. But we are considering as much as I think the discussion was as much as $5,000 in the budget for that. See what else. Last thing, I'll just know something else. Grade separation. There was a discussion about grade separation. It's probably one of the best ways to manage this migration, but it's very expensive. I've worked with CDOT and grade separations. They can cost as much as $20 million. So it's not a cheap solution at all. But if it's there, it's absolutely probably one of the best things you can do. But it's not a cheap solution. So just those are my answers.
Great. I guess before I go to council, I've got to thank everybody in this audience. I usually say the same thing when we have these kinds of conversations. I'm really proud of our community and the way they communicated here today. Not so much what we see in social media, because it's easy, right, to hide behind that. But everybody here today came with educated conversation and was respectful of all those around them, asked the right questions, asked the questions they wanted answered. And so that, along with the time and effort that was spent by the Deer Management Task Force, both sides, I can't say enough about, and we'll never be able to thank you enough. So I want to give a big hand of applause to everybody in this audience. That said, council, who would like to start? Mr. Sawyer, you look like you're ready.
Wow. I need to stretch first. So, I had some prepared statements, but I think after listening to the audience, that prepared statement might have to veer a little bit left and right and up and down. So I'm just going to start with my prepared statement, and then I'm going to veer off on my thoughts for tonight. And I'm going to take my time. I'm tired. I got up at 5 a.m., went to work, so I honestly, my eyes are shutting at the moment. But I just want to thank everyone for being here. I think we've cleared half the audience, so everybody has these chairs. Do you like these chairs? I think we're trying to get new ones. Maybe more comfortable, maybe like these.
Is he running from me?
I want to thank everyone for their passion, individual knowledge, and experience in addressing this community concern. If I ask 100 people on what is best for this community, I would get 100 different answers. My job as a representative of this wonderful community is to listen to the concerns and the positive ideas in which make this community better. I then must try to address these concerns in a way that best supports the community and the future of the community. I must take my opinion out of any decisions and listen to the community. Lots of community there. The deer concern is a perfect example. I've been following all of you on social media, talking to the community members, and taking the time to research other communities and do my own personal research. So when I step out, a lot of this is I step out and I want to look at the big picture. I've got all the data, I've got everything, but what are we missing? What's the information that's missing? And some of it was brought up, which I had it documented here from some of the people bringing up some really great points, I have to say. So let's look at the deer population in Colorado. If I go back to 2004, we had 600,900 deer in Colorado. Today, we only have, 430,000 deer? So the population has been dropping consistently. In fact, in 2013, it was at its lowest with 390,000 deer. So I'm assuming that had to do with some droughts, with some fires, which some people brought up. And so there is some natural ways to reduce deer population. I step back and I go, okay, the city of Woodland Park is 6.6 square miles. That's it. Colorado is 104,000 square miles. So let me repeat that. Woodland Park is only 6.6 square miles. And Colorado is 104,000. So how is it that 6.6 square miles of hunting is going to solve our problem or our issue? It's not. I also, when I was looking through some of the documentation today, I noticed that herds move around 50 to 70 miles. Let me repeat that. Herds move. So what we have now might not be what we have next year or the year after that. So if we decide to do this harvesting, who says that these deer won't be replaced by other deer next year? So are we just creating a void to bring other deer up here? Let me go around my notes here a little bit. So I look at I'm going to veer a little bit here. Mark Sumner, he was actually on a motorcycle when he got hit when he ran into a deer. So that's kind of why he had to go to the ICU. So he's okay. I think he brought a brand new car. So, but Mark's okay. He's doing great. I think he was at the gym earlier today. One thing that was brought up by Deb Accord, which the community's not seeing, is perception of this whole situation. I heard a lot of the community here say, we moved to Woodland Park with the deer. So when I look at a brochure, what do I see? Deer. I look at another brochure, I see deer. So what is the perception going to be? That we have deer on our brochure, but we hunt deer in our city. That's just not going to work. So perception is very important to this community. And I don't want to be known as the community that hunts deer. So I look at this task force. I think this task force was amazing. And people need to understand that the task force was not designed to make any decisions. They were designed to go out there and get the information to bring it to us. And you all did that. So don't be mad at the task force for harvesting. They were just bringing us the information. Don't be mad at the task force that was against harvesting. They were just bringing us the information. We are the people that have to make that decision, or the council. And I thank you. I've learned more about deer than I could have learned in probably a college course. So thank you. This task force has done one thing that's very positive to this community. It's actually brought the education of the community up. We are all aware of the deer now, and I guarantee when you all drive home tonight, you will drive slower. Guaranteed. I will. I know, and I'll have my brights on and I'll be looking both ways. I don't need to replace any cars. The management plan. The management plan is just a management plan. It's ideas and potential directions. We're not making decisions on whether we're going to hunt tonight. That's how I perceive it. It's brought, we have a management plan. I personally think, and I hope the council agrees with me, that we put out the management plan, we give the community 6 months to look it over, to review it, to understand it, and maybe come back and review it again and see if things have changed. But I personally agree, and based on all the information, that we do need some education. The Be Deer Aware is fantastic. I think we need to put some signs out there. I live on 67 or down 67. I must see 10 deer a day. But you know what? I drive slow. I look for them. I have them run across all the time. I've lived here almost 20 years. I've never hit a deer. Education, landscaping, signs, the no feeding ordinance. I guarantee none of you are going to feed deer after this, just like you're going to drive slow home tonight. Why are we here? I truly believe the growth of our community, the growth of Colorado, has brought us here. How many people that I just heard tonight have just moved here in the last year or year and a half? So there are quite a few new members to our community that aren't familiar with the movement of our deer. I think if I ask the people that have lived here more than 10 years, they've never hit a deer because they are aware of the deer. So maybe it is an education. Maybe we do have the signs. Maybe we do need brochures. But I truly feel we haven't done enough as a city, as a community, to make people aware of the deer population. I'm running out of notes here, people. That's it. We haven't done enough. And I feel that hunting is the nuclear option. I think we need to do everything else first. We need to try those options, reevaluate in a year, see if things have changed. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. I got to get up at 5 again. So, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Saunier.
Okay. Thank you for being here always. As you can tell, I'm not from here. I'm from Brooklyn. We didn't do much deer hunting in Brooklyn that didn't have to. But that's beside the point. Okay. Can you hear me with it? Okay, thank you. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm not a hunter. I've had some amazing adventures and encounters with wildlife. I respect it. And I truly have a heart for the wildlife in Woodland Park, Colorado, and wherever I go. And I have kept a home and raised our children for 37 years in Colorado. So I'm not new to the state. I believe we have to go at this in two facets. We need to take some of these animals and in the hunt on the peripherals of the city. Maybe not right in the city. I now understand that these animals do migrate. And I understand that they may be a problem due to the encounters we're having with cars and all that. I also understand the population and the people traveling up here have increased greatly. But we need to understand the health of this herd and test some of these animals. When we are in the hunt for these animals, and it's a limited amount, very limited, testing will take place with every animal that is taken. Is that a correct statement?
We have, an urban deer hunt that was proposed tonight would, a requirement would be for chronic wasting disease testing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that would give us an understanding of the herd and the health of the herd. But I strongly believe that we need education and signage with lights, and we need to be very, very respectful of all the information that has been brought forth in front of this council by you kind people and help and educate me. And that involves signage, traffic calming, pedestrian safety. I have always been an advocate for traffic calming on Highway 24 and for Highway 67 to be brought up to better standards, because it's very difficult on 67 with these animals coming out up from a ditch onto the highway because they're drinking out of detention ponds over there. It's natural, and they're right there in front of you. There is no signage out there that is recognizable. I feel real bad for the people. I don't want to see people hurt. It's very important as a community we protect our citizens, our children, and that we educate ourselves, our visitors. We don't feed these animals. We let them naturally get thinned out, but understand what the herd health is and start very seriously. I think we had a great start with these committees. I do wish Carol was here because she put a lot of work into this, and I'm very sorry that there was some miscommunication or whatever happened. She has done a lot of work, and she cares for this community. And I say we have to go with both prongs. Education, very, very strongly. Signage, absolutely. And we do have to understand the health of this herd. I want to thank everybody. I don't want to waste any more time. That's my position. And I care for these animals. I call them majestic Pike Peak deer because they're beautiful. And I hate to see an animal take and wasted as I see them on the side of the road. They're going to hunt them, eat them, or disperse them to the food pantries. I thank everyone for your questions, the information that you brought forward. I hope you have a very rest of the night, a good night, and a safe trip home. Thank you very much.
Hillary, would you like to follow up?
I'd just like to say that I really appreciate all of the audience and citizen participation this evening. I really wish that we saw this many people here every time we had council for every topic that we have to discuss, because your participation makes the difference and it's what influences us, and we are your servants and we're here to hear you. So I just wish that it was this many people every council. So I think we've taken in a lot of information this evening. I appreciate both sides. I appreciate the work of both sides. I am from a family of hunters, but I am not inclined as a hunter. I'm more interested in the education piece and preservation, but then that goes to the harvesting of the herd as well, because if we can't have healthy herds, we can't preserve them. So I think that also some of the comments of putting people before animals is important. I love animals. Anybody up here knows, and I'm a big supporter and advocate for animals, but I also am for children as well, and I think the safety of both is important. I feel a little overwhelmed with all of the information that we've received this evening. I don't think that we can make the best educated decision immediately. I do think that we need time. I think we need time to give opportunity to education, time to give signage opportunity to work, and to continue to follow and monitor the progress of the education first, and then the quality of the herds, and to pay attention to whether they do need to be harvested. I do think that's important and humane as well. So, thank you.
Kelly.
Yes, sir. First, I'd just like to say, as everyone has said, you guys have done an amazing job. Not only the two groups that have worked so hard and put in so much time to bring forth so much very thorough information, but also all of you for bringing your thoughts to us. I think I can relate to each and every comment that was made today, and I can understand where you're coming from. Can you hear me? I can't hear myself.
Thank you.
First, I just want to say I don't see the two groups as being on sides. I don't think what the council asked for was a collaborative effort, and that I remember commenting that I think it's going to take a combination of many different things to solve a very difficult issue. So I don't see it as being sides. Sides to me say that they're against each other, and I really would like to see that be more together and working together. I too ride a motorcycle, and I have lost several friends in motorcycle deer collisions in various locations in the state of Colorado. It's an accident. It can happen with any animal. It can happen with grass clippings on the side of the road. It's a risk that we take when we ride. So not to say that I'm not compassionate, because it could be me. It has been friends. I just want to say that I think both plans are very viable. I think they're well thought out, very thorough, and I think they've tried to be compassionate and considerate on both groups, not sides, and should be commended. I think we have got some excellent information with which to base a decision. I see both plans as a very dynamic document and a great start. Like any plan, we make modifications to them as we learn and as we implement, and we make adjustments because we learn as we go through that process. So I think you all have accomplished exactly what the council asked for, and I thank you and kudos to both groups for what you've come back with. So after all that, if that makes any sense to anybody, I have to say I'm not at a point where I'm not ready to go to war. And I've said this to some of my fellow councilmen. I believe that we must exhaust diplomatic measures first. I'm fourth generation native Coloradoan, and I come from a ranching family. And I grew up on wild game because the cattle were our living. And so I am not anti-hunting. I have hunted myself. I have hunted with a bow myself for elk. And I gave that up after one day because it was a whole lot of work. And they were standing over me while I was sleeping the night before, after hunting. So I get it. I get both groups' proposals. But I just am not there yet. I really want to see, I've said it before, I really want to see people slow down in this town. I live on Evergreen Heights Drive, and I don't know, they punch it between a speed bump and the stop sign that's a half a block away. I don't get it. So I just would like to impress upon people, and one of the things that I saw was the driver education and the schools, and starting with our future generations of a better understanding of cohabitation. I still believe in my heart of hearts, as Paul would say, that it's going to take a multifaceted approach. And I'm not saying that it won't someday require some mitigation through the loss of life of some of the deer, because it is much more humane to take a deer whether it's with a bow, with a very marksman's shot, or with a rifle, which we would not do in town. That's too risky. It's much more humane death than to see a deer flopping on the side of the road, because I've seen it after being hit by a car. It's tragic. So I think that there's room for both. I'm just not there yet. So thank you.
Val?
It's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As any of you who watch always know that I've got lots of notes. I have 0 notes this time. I came to this wanting to hear all the opinions. God bless you, citizens of Woodland Park, for showing up. I reflect Councilmember Labar's sentiments that I wish we had this kind of participation all the time. Some of us put in tremendous amounts of work here, and there's nobody out there. And so this is, I'm very grateful for all this effort from the citizens. There's just tremendous work been done to present a couple different options. It's actually more than a couple. It's a whole. We've got, in the last 24 hours, we've received over 100 pages of information, some of it hours ago. So my first thought is that I need more time to evaluate all this stuff. This is just an incredible amount of information. I didn't sit through all the other things. I have 12 different volunteer things I do, so I did not make that one, and I apologize for not doing that. But I got it all in front of me tonight. And so, but we have tons and tons of reading to do. And on the other hand, as citizen Mr. Dalton said, I live right in the middle of the forest. I see a bunch of my neighbors sitting in the audience out there, and we all are right there in the middle of the forest. In my backyard, there's 30 deer that come through there every day. There's 2 or 3 on my driveway when I go down my steep 25% grade driveway, which is, can't build it that anymore. So I'm very cautious. My wife's very cautious. It's also in the audience. We know about living in the woods. We see people. I have reported that we've got problems on Rampart Range Road at Kelly's. People blow through there at 50 miles an hour. There's a flashing sign there, and it's just a matter of time before they kill a person, a kid, or something like that. So I am really unhappy about the speeds that go on. And you go and we've got a prima facie speed limit. I think it's 25. In my neighborhood, I'm creeping along at 15 because there's deer everywhere. I love seeing them. I love seeing all wildlife except the ones that are going to eat me and my cats. But that's the way that we live in it. Deer destroyed a $1,000 hedge of mine a couple years ago. Oh well, you know, we chose to live here, and it's just the way it is. We had a buck come up on our 3/4 wraparound deck all the way around. Unbelievable, and started eating flowers all the way around the 3/4 deck, and he's got a 30-foot drop on the edge of that. So they're very interesting creatures, but we do live in wildlife, and we have bears that come up right on our deck too. We choose to live there. I understand that the education part of this is really very important for me. Some of us have not had to learn the hard way. Some people have had to learn the hard way, and I really feel bad for that. But I think, as others on the council have said, we have a lot of information in front of us, and to make a spontaneous decision tonight, I think would be not doing our due diligence. I use that term all the time. You hear it from me all the time, due diligence, due diligence. I come from a hunting family. I don't hunt myself, but my father took me out hunting a lot when I was young. I'm born in Wyoming, so we're kind of old Wild West people, and so guns and hunting and safety are paramount in my family, and I'm always hopeful and optimistic that all the rest of the families are out there like that too.
I'm reluctant to, at this point, make a hard decision on hunting. If I had to make a decision, I would say no to the harvest right now. But there's a whole bunch of TBDs on this matrix that we have, and the education part of it was the other committee, and I would like to see more information from them. And we need to do some budget analysis up here. We're on a strict budget, and we've got some priorities that we've already put in place for consideration. And if we're looking at $5,000 to $100,000, we don't have it. I'm sorry. So we need to make those evaluations. We need more data. I need to read this 100 pages myself. And I appreciate so much the efforts that all you people have done. I just am so thrilled at that, because this is the kind of participation we need in all our committees and all our boards, and involvement. And I know there's a lot of nonsense that goes out there on social media now. That's just the way it is. But you guys are right here. We're not having to read a Facebook post. We're not having to read Nextdoor. And by the way, because of our horrible experiences up here, we don't do that much anymore, because the information is not always factual and things like that. So I'm grateful for all the people, the experts over here who brought us all this expert knowledge. The hunters, the folks from I beg your pardon, sir, in the back, your hunting group for vets. I'm a big vet fan, of course. But anyway, I think the community has done an excellent job. I think at 11:41 at night, we would be remiss not to defer this for further consideration. I am, like others that have said, I'm not for the nuclear option. That's a great way to put it. I see 20, 30 deer. I don't see any wasting at all. I know what it looks like. So, they're eating fine in my neighborhood with all our flowers and stuff. And we're not feeding the deer, but they love deer-proof plants, by the way. They love deer-proof plants. So I'm welcoming this gardening group to come forward and give me something. We got a bunch of advice on some things from some friends of mine this year about things that they never eat. Man, they're out there just munching them down. It's just great, But whatever, it's just where we live. We learn to keep the garbage cans in our house. We don't put them outside. The bear loves to bat them around once they get the garbage out. Or the crows, they love to get all the garbage out. These are things that we need to make sure when we come into town, new people come into town, we're slow down. Just because it says 45 miles an hour doesn't mean you're going to go 45 miles an hour. When I'm going at night, I got brights on. I don't care who's in front of me. I'm going to look for those deer. So I apologize for running up against our time, but I think we need to do more, and I would ask the council to consider deferring this till we do some more due diligence. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Neil, may I make one more comment?
You may in a minute. In the meantime, we're up against a time constraint again. And so I know Mayor Pro Tem Carl wasn't approved to go to 11:45, but now I'm going to recommend that we make a motion to go to 12:15.
So moved.
So moved?
So moved.
And a second. Suzanne, we have a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, did you make the motion, Mayor?
I did not. Val made the motion. Paul made the second. To 12:15.
I was too optimistic before, but yes.
Case?
Yes.
Barr?
Yes.
Yes.
Lanier?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Thank you, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Kelly?
I just wanted, one thing I meant to say that I didn't, is that I am okay with approving both plans, but I am not okay with implementation of the hunting or the management, deer management, mitigation, whatever we're calling that. plan at this time for the dates that were proposed. I think the plan is well thought out, and I think that it's a tool that we could probably use in the future, but I'm not okay with, like I said, going to war right now. It's a good war plan, but I don't want to go to war right now. Thank you.
If I could interject briefly, we would have to pass an ordinance to adjust the code to make changes before any of that could happen anyways.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. I'll try to summarize quickly just about everything that can be said, has been said. It's obvious to me that everybody in this room has been educated tonight. And so it's simple for me. We need to educate our community. That just makes all the sense in the world to me. I can't imagine anybody disagreeing with that. That said, right, we may have, at the end of that education process, still some issues in our community. But I would lean, like the rest of the folks on council, and we don't often all agree like we will tonight, that education will be the first step, and we'll bring an ordinance forward so we can have initial posting, we can have public hearing, and so we can go through the process and do this the right way. But I think all council will agree that education is first and foremost, because the safety and the security of our community is at the very top of all of our list. And so we'll go there. We'll circle back to this management plan. I thank all of you for being here tonight. And you know, hopefully we'll have a lot of you back when the time comes, because at some point, as Jay said, we're going to bring an ordinance forward to say exactly how we're going to proceed and when we're going to do that. Can't imagine, it's certainly not going to happen in this hunting season, because it can't. We don't have the time to do it. And shame on me for trying to, Claudia. I apologize, and the rest of your committee, and even Dan, who's left. But I thought 2 months ago that we could get enough information together to be able to, you know, get all the information on the table in a couple of months, and clearly I was proven wrong. And so we'll continue to work together on the comprehensive education plan and the, whatever you call the other plan. We're not using culling, we're using harvest these days. But again, I can't say enough for the community, and thank you all for being here. We will address this when the time is right. In the meantime, we're going to do what we can to help educate our community, just like all of you have done here tonight. So thank you very much. That's the end of that conversation. If you want to stay for reports, fine. If not, I'll give you a minute and you can all leave. I'm sorry? No. Order some. Thank you very much. We still got a few minutes of this meeting to go, so if you need to leave, let's let us get on with our meeting.
Please leave quietly if you could. I want some pizza or something.
It's too late, I think. Okay, if we can get some order, we're going to move forward. I need everybody to... Thank you. We will move on to reports. And I'm going to start with my report, which I always do. And unfortunately, everybody's left, but we got some hanger-ons. Today, actually 2 days ago, was the first anniversary of our new city manager. Darren's been with us for the last year and 2 days, and I believe that we're better as a result. And so I just want to thank Darren and everything that you've done with staff and fresh ideas and different ways that we do things in our community. I know that the council is pleased, and I think our working relationship is really strong, and so we thank you for everything you've done to make us better. Every Friday through September 27th, so we have 2 more weeks, 8 to 1 Woodland Park Farmers Market in Memorial Park. Tomorrow night, Woodland Park High School homecoming football game. Some of you may know that they broke a 13-game losing streak and winning 51-0 against Sierra. Nothing would be better than a full house at the football field tomorrow night. So weather's supposed to be great, 7 o'clock. We'd love to see you all there. This Saturday and Sunday, one of the bigger events that we have in our community is the 22nd annual Rocky Mountain Oktoberfest, and it's at the UPass Cultural Center. Lots of great food and drink and activities, and we invite you all to be there, and it's a great community event. Saturday, September 28th, is the fee-free day to all national parks. So I know a lot of you like to visit our national parks. It's a free day. That's September 28th. And then last but not least, Thursday, October 3rd, from 11:30 to 1, the Chamber Lunch and Learn, Mastering the Art of Grant Writing at the UPass Cultural Center. That's all I have. Val?
I can't remember anything, so thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Kelly?
I can't remember anything.
Good. Hillary?
I'm on board with the previous 2 there, so.
Paul?
Have a great night. Thank you.
Noel? Drive slow. Can't say it any better than that. We'll move on to the city attorney report.
All right, as council's aware, we have a vacancy on council. There's a couple of options council can consider moving forward. Because we're not within 90 days of our regularly scheduled election in April, council has the opportunity, and the code kind of gives the preference to making an appointment. So that process can happen in a variety of different ways, or council can allow the vacancy to occur all the way through April. I would point out that that's approximately 209 days, so that's a large chunk of the year that you'd be functioning without a 7th council person. If council wants to make an appointment, like I said, our charter doesn't require a specific decision to be made within a specific time period. Used to be a 30-day requirement. That's no longer a part of our charter. However, the state standard on the state statutes was kind of a guide, but not necessarily binding on this on the council. Sorry, I'm a little tired too, apparently. Binding on the council is a 60-day is what the state standard is. So in that regard, you have until roughly November 18th if you wanted to stick with the state standard of making an appointment to fill that vacancy. I've seen this done several different ways throughout my career. My recommendation, but it's obviously council's determination what you'd like to do, is to post that vacancy, leave it open through the end of October, give people plenty of time who might consider applying, and that way it's not a rushed decision, and then council can convene at the regular meeting on November 7th to make that decision. So that way you've got plenty of time for applicants, get those applications in by the end of October, gives the clerks an opportunity to compile all of those applications, give them to council to review. You can have folks come in and give their pitch as to why they should be appointed, and then make that appointment. So that's my recommendation again, but it's up to council how you'd like to proceed. Any questions for me?
Yes. So Carol she was on 2 committees, I believe. Which one? The Charter Review Committee, CML. What was
Correct.
The third one?
The Deer Task Force, which
is gone now. So maybe think about that for next meeting.
Definitely. I would, however, like to get consensus on posting the opening and have it open till the end of October. So I wouldn't feel comfortable with 6 of us for that long a time, because we could have a 3-3 vote on crucial issues. So if I can get consensus, we'll have Sue's post it, and at the end of October it'll be closed, and we'll entertain those applicants in the first meeting in November. I have consensus for that?
I'm fine going vacant all the way to the election myself, but I'll defer to the rest of the council.
Everybody else?
I'm good.
We have consensus there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Darren?
Well, my 367th day in the job. One of the things I want to just say is that, it's been really great the first year working with Carol, and I'm sorry to see her go. I think most of the staff has had a pretty good relationship with Carol. She's a really hardworking city council member, and her leadership and her work and the service to the city council over the years will be missed. So I just wanted to make that statement. On some positive notes, I have two reports. You have the sales tax report in the packet. I won't go over a whole lot of details, but what you'll see in the packet is that month to date for 2019 is that we're up 7.4% over the last month in terms of sales tax, which is a good number. And from last year overall, year to date, we're 3.73% above last year. So that's good news. And then I'm just going to hit on some things for just one thing that pops out to me for the monthly report, which you all have, is the Parks and Rec Department reported revenue and program participants improvements over the month of August, and we saw an increase across the board with programming participants increasing by 163. Mayor's Cup had 100 more people. Aquatic Center pass purchases increased by 340 over the last year, and the Ute Pass Cultural Center revenues increased by 7,500 over the last year. So I just wanted to add that. That's all I have.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question? You and I talked about extending the time expiration on the punch cards.
That's actually something we're discussing right now. We're getting into the freakonomics of that discussion in staff and trying to figure out what's the best answer. And I think we're close on that. I got to sit down and talk to the Parks and Rec Department about that, and I'll have an answer for you at the next city council member meeting.
Jason, we have a meeting, we have a work session with School Board of Education on the 25th, and we'll all be there. Instead of doing executive session tonight, can we move it to that date since we'll all be together, and then we can get it accomplished on the 25th of September? You get that, Suze? Is that okay? Because I know nobody... Okay. For the 25th...
No, the executive session.
For the 25th, then let's make it before our meeting with the school board.
Would you like me to ask the school board if we can have some time alone in the boardroom? Or do you want to go here first and then over to the school?
Then I got a better answer because I forgot we're meeting there. Let's do it after the board meeting, and we'll let them leave, and then we'll do it right after.
We don't have any meeting tomorrow?
No meeting tomorrow. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
I almost made it to tomorrow.
Hey, Don, you made it.